Good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
Okay, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Okay. Oh, we got a few people. Good stuff. So, um, yeah. Are you joining us all the way from San Francisco?
Yep, pretty cool.
I'm surprised you went up to the cliff tops for it
I'm
to
sorry.
overlook the bridge.
Oh, I'm not right there, but close to it.
Thought it might be a strange place to build a uke, but fair enough. Um,
Well, my husband bought me this. I don't know if you can see it. This cigar box ukulele.
I recognize it because my girlfriend's mother actually bought me that too.
Oh,
The very same one.
very good.
Okay, so we got a few people. We got Gary, Helen, Sue. Hi, Sue. Kathy, Nevin, and Ukulele, whoever that is. Okay, a few people. So is everybody comfortable enough on Zoom and how that works? If you have any troubles, you can stick a little message in the chat window, and if I see it, I'll try to get to it. Otherwise, just unmute yourself and ask a question, and if I can, I'll do my best to answer it. Okay, so let's see, can we get this live stream up and running? So I'm going to stream this to the Facebook page now in a second, and then we'll get started. So it was kind of funny earlier on. I came in to get started, and the cat was sitting directly on top of the ukulele box.
Of course.
I was like, one of us has to move.
Oh, this is driving me mad. Hold on.
So they may join us at some point in time. The kittens got neutered the day before yesterday. Good stuff. The kittens got neutered the day before yesterday, so I wouldn't recommend getting two of them neutered at the same time. They are both high maintenance at the minute, so they may show up at the door screaming, and I may have to introduce them and use them as my little
Fair enough.
assistants. Right. And that should work in theory.
Where the hell is that thing?
So how are you guys? Did your kits show up, or did anybody have any trouble getting theirs?
Took about 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Yeah.
It was fine, you know.
A good few people didn't get theirs. They were in touch. I think we were a little bit unlucky when we ordered. It ended up happening around Lunar New Year. So that's the Chinese New Year. It's when China shuts down for, well, Some people a week, some people a month. So I think we got stung with that and hit with some delays, but sure, nothing you can do about it. What we're going to do for, or what I'm going to do for people who didn't get theirs in time, because I figured this might happen, I'm going to put on another one. Oh, I'm going to put on another one in about a month's time. Hey, how's it going, everybody? All the new people. I'm just trying to get the live stream set up. It's been a bit.
I'm so glad you're doing this. I'm so glad you're doing this, because otherwise it might still be in this box.
Yeah, they're an interesting project, and sometimes it just you need a little push to kind of get it done, to bite the bullet and go like, okay, let's do this new thing.
Can you speak a little louder, Mark? You're much quieter than Gary.
Sure, I can.
It's my voice, dear heart. My voice.
Gary projects.
I'll try and keep it down, okay?
You're grand, Gary. Is this any better?
Yep.
Oh, way, way, way better.
Yep.
Okay. Good stuff. So, I think, God, there's so many options on the live stream these days. Oh, it's fallen. Come on, step. Question, featured link. That's the one I'm looking for. Okay. Famous last words, but I think that might be the stream ready. Okay,
Cool.
You ready to go live? Well, I hit go live, so I guess we're ready. So, welcome everybody to the DIY Build Your Own Kit Ukulele live stream. We're going to try this mad little experiment where we try to put together and assemble a uke, one of those kit ukes where a lot of the stuff is already built, or largely built, and you kind of just have to assemble all the parts. So, as you can see, a lot of the work's already done. You're just kind of taking it over the finishing line, so to speak, and also get to kind of customize it and make it your own. Alright, so I don't know if people, do you want to do an introduction? Anyone feel like saying hello? Or we kick on straight into it? Which would you prefer? I saw some heads go, okay, so we'll just jump straight in. Anonymity appreciated, no worries. So I suppose I should give a little bit of context. I'm a fellow ukulele lunatic. I am somewhat obsessed. I had to count my collection recently when I moved house because the movers needed to know quite how many instruments they were moving. I had put that off for several years and was like, oh dear. Okay. I'm not going to tell you what that number is because then, yeah, that's the end of that. So let's just make another one. Right, so the gist of the kit is it's a little cardboard box and you get the body, which is pretty much already done. You get the neck, which has been shaped and largely also already done. And a set of strings of dubious quality, and you get your bridge, which is again almost finished, and your little bag of parts. So in the bag of parts you should have a saddle. You should have another white piece, a nut. I'm going to change over.
Yeah.
Camera. Okay. Should have 4 machine heads. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. these two are pretty important, easily overlooked. You should have 2 dowels. And 4 hex screws.
Yeah.
Oh my god, did they send me 3? You should have 4. Maybe I can find a 4th somewhere in my box. But that looks like 3 hex screws. You should have 4. It's okay, I have lots of machine heads lying around. I can sort that out. So that could be an issue. Let me know if anyone is short parts there. And for runners?
Washers?
Washers,
What?
yeah. Washers, yeah, that's the name. Yeah, they're new. So this, I should probably explain. I bought this kit a couple of months ago and made it, and because I figured that there was no way that I could anticipate every possible problem and things like that, or really write out a proper analysis without making one. So I made one, and that is it there. Came out pretty nice finish. It's actually kind of nice figuring on the wood as well. There was a few issues with the build, but it's... So you can see it's actually a pretty decent instrument when it's finished. So that's why I picked that one over the really cheap kit. Like everyone, if you go onto AliExpress and you type DIY ukulele kit, you get this other kit. And I have made one of them before. I don't actually have it here, but yeah, it's kind of bad.
Firewood.
Firewood, yeah. Firewood would be a good description. You wouldn't probably get much of a fire out of it either. Yeah, it's not great. So I tried a few different kits kind of up along the price range. This one seemed to be quite cheap, but the actual finished thing, the parts looked good and the finished thing looked okay. It wasn't without its faults. It has some faults that we can work around, but overall it's pretty decent. And just to finish off on those parts, we should have, I think it's 6 tiny screws. These are, whoops, there's also dots there. So 6 tiny little screws that look like that. And finally, 2 little kind of pearloid dots.
Yep.
Little dots.
Okay.
So that's your parts. I seem to be short 1 hex screw. I can get machine heads, different machine heads. That's okay. But yeah, that could be an issue if it's. Somebody should let me know if that's an issue for you. Sorry, the other part I don't think I covered was the fingerboard. So get an ebony an ebony fingerboard. It's already pre-fretted, so that's one of the trickiest parts of making a uke. Already done. It has to be really accurate or it gets really pitchy. It's kind of funny when you get into lutherie and you follow all these luthier groups. Loads of guitar makers actually pre-buy entire necks and put them on their builds, which I was like kind of shocked. I was like, well, why do you bother? Why do you bother making your own instruments if you buy half of it? Anyway, that's sort of probably me being a bit of a purist. But yeah, that's your parts. Shout if you're missing anything, but those are the parts that come in the box. Now, when it comes to the tools and the supplies that you're going to need, there's a huge spectrum of what you can go with. You can go with like the complete bare basics, just like a couple of bits of sandpaper, bits of glue and stuff like that, and it'll be fine. As you go like farther and farther along that spectrum, you're going to get kind of more an easier process and probably a slightly better result. Now, it's not somebody who's kind of very good at making instruments could probably do a very good job of it with like just sandpaper and a bit of glue and a bit of care. But yeah, just a lot of the time it's just kind of a slightly better finish product and a slightly easier process. But you can do it like I've made one on my couch and my coffee table, like with just like about 5 or 6 bits and pieces around me. So it can be done. It can be done pretty easily. Oh, and the most important supply of all, make sure you have tea. Okay. So fire away if you have any questions. I might take a look at some tools that I'm likely to be using.
Can I ask one question, Mark?
Fire away.
Broadly speaking, what's the order of business in terms of wet work versus dry work? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So many times I sat down to try to schedule this and to plan out like a time frame how long each section would take, and it was one of those things where I ended up deciding that I kind of have to be in it to know. So the time frame is going to be worked out as we go. But we will try to leave obviously if we're going to be doing any kind of wet work, there'll have to be kind of a big break there. So like you need drying time for glue, and you need drying time for paint, staining, and for a clear coat. So those are things that need time after them. So we'll probably just take breaks then. Or maybe end of the day and take it up the next day or something like that.
Asked and answered.
Good stuff. Yeah, if anyone else has any questions, fire away.
What did you say was the name of the Better You kit?
There's a few of them on AliExpress as well, the same site that I sent the link for this one. But Stu Mac, if you're in the States, Stu Mac do nice little kits. Those ones are probably kind of more of an intermediate level because you have to make the body. You have to make this and you have to also do all the fretting.
Wow.
You have to do there's like several more steps. It's a bit more involved, but it's doable. Like I would say that if you did this build and then you try the Stu Mac one next, that'd be a pretty good progression. And then the last the kind of advanced one would be just like buying raw materials and just like making them yourself from scratch.
And this one is this one is AliExpress or do-it-yourself ukulele kits?
It's both. Like I just went on to AliExpress and looked up DIY ukulele kit.
Got
and
it.
There's a load of the really, really, really cheap ones show up first, and you kind of have to look a little bit before you find that one. There's like about 100 listings of the super cheap kit, and then there's that one. And then there's actually a few others that are slightly more fancy. Like I found one, I'll show you now actually. I found another one that was spruce top. I kind of wish I could show you that drawer. It looks so cool. It's an active projects drawer. But this one, this one is like a spruce top.
Wow.
And the parts are just like a little bit nicer.
Yeah.
But that's that's basically like I think it was about $15 more than the one we used. I just thought that might be a bit much for people. And yeah, it comes out to a nice kind of, it's quite a light spruce top. Anyway, that's an option if you want to order one and kind of mess around with it. Okay, so actually I'll show you that while we're at it. The version that I ordered before, that one, it came with instructions, but the instructions were like all in Chinese. So it wasn't too helpful. Yeah, The one that I got there actually came with no instructions, so I'm kind of glad I did this, because it's not the easiest thing in the world. Obviously, there's a whole bunch of different like orders you could do. You could glue this on first and then paint, or you could paint and then glue it together. Lots of people do it different ways. So what we're going to do here is not kind of set in stone. You don't have to do it this way, but it's the one that I ended up using, and I think it worked pretty well. Okay, so we're going to be doing dry runs at each section. That's always a good idea when you're a beginner. A dry run is just when you put the pieces together and you don't glue them. Okay, so you kind of see the problem before you've glued it all together. So if I take the two largest parts, this is your body and this is your neck. And this is kind of a moment of truth as to how good your kit is. You take your dowels, your two little bits of wood, and you put them in. You can either put them in the body, the two holes. So you just insert them in there. They should fit, like so. And then just put them in the corresponding holes in the neck. Like Lego. Or as my American girlfriend would say, Legos. Do you prefer Legos? Yeah, and it should, in theory, fit together. Now, this kit here, it actually fit really well. Like, that's a very good fit on the neck. The previous one that I had, that one, not so much. So I know from the two builds that this sort of varies. Yeah, another thing that varied was that, see the way these two holes were actually up at the top and none of them are in the heel? That's different than the previous build I did. There was one here in the heel and one here at the top. And that would be a more conventional build. The problem with the old kit was that they were actually pretty misaligned. They weren't fit very well. So that would be like my one kind of big gripe about the previous build. Or if I had one gripe to make, it'd be that one. So they seem to have amended it and gone for a different strategy. And they put them up the top. Now, I would say that long term, if this ukulele was to suffer damage and was to break, the most likely way that it would break would be that. Right? Because there's no dowel down in the heel. And there's no dowel down there. So you might eventually, if the glue were to fail, you might get a break like that. Now, it's not the end of the world when you've made the instrument, because the thing is, you can do it again. You can glue it back together. The idea is to not be afraid of it. When you've made an instrument, it's a completely different relationship you have with the thing. Like, I don't know, I'm kind of reminded of like my mother saying to me, like, I brought you into this world, I can take you out of it. It's kind of like that with this, like when you're going like, I know what's wrong there, and you know because you made the thing, and you're like, oh right, and then you know how to fix it. So it's like, it's a different relationship you have with the instrument when you've made it. Right, so our dry run, yeah, we put...
Sorry, Mark.
Yeah.
Before you move on, can I just ask a question? So
Yeah,
I just
right.
tried fitting my dowels to the fretboard and the body, and the fact is there's quite a big gap. Hang on, I could turn on my video there. It's quite a big gap between the two. So I presume I can just
Right.
cut off the ends of the dowels and shorten them slightly.
Is it just like you think that the dowels are really long, or
I think the
holes
dowels
really
are
short?
slightly too long, because I just had
Right.
a quick kind of measure and they fit into this part so much, they fit into that part so much, but there's
Right.
actually more dowel than there is space in them.
Okay. Another thing you could do that might save you the time would be to take it like that and donk, donk, donk.
I have.
Force them in.
I already
And then-
have. Yeah.
Used to it. Yeah, you can just snip a little bit off.
Yeah.
It's yeah, if there's too much dowel.
Cool.
Or you could
Thank you.
drill a corresponding hole. If you don't want to cut dowel off, you could just drill a little bit more. So, yeah, in terms of if you're doing something like that, the sides of the uke are actually very thin. They're about 2 to 3 millimeters. Oh God, I don't know what that would be in imperial. Very small, very thin. So your sides are very thin. So you might be wondering, well, what would I be drilling into there? And the answer is there's a block here. So around on the inner side of this, like in there, there's a wood block, and that's what has been drilled into there. So you
I've no drill, so I won't be going further in. I'll be snipping dowels.
No worries. Okay. Yeah.
Can I
again, yeah,
really
go for it.
fast? Do you have a block at the base, like most are supposed to? Because some cheap ones in the U.S. don't have the block at the base. So if you want to put a thingy on it, you can't. You gotta like
Yep.
get a
So
command hook.
Yeah, I'm familiar with all those issues. Yeah.
So yours has a base, a block in the base.
An end block. Yeah. So one of the kind of obviously these things ukes are being manufactured in factories in China, and they're always trying to kind of cut costs so they can sell them cheaper, and various things begin to get cut out of the assembly process. And like you were saying there, yeah, on some really, really cheap ones, end blocks or head blocks sometimes get omitted. And then if you are to drill a strap button in there, it's kind of going into nothing. So the screw will just go and will just rip out through the sides. And yeah, you'll end up having to do something like stick a command hook or something like that, because a strap just won't take. But yeah, this one does. So it has a top block and an end block. It has it only has 2 braces on the back. So we have a brace here and a brace here. Sorry, braces are stuff that's inside your body. They are these things, little wooden braces, little spruce cross braces. And they are inside your body like that, going across the back. So if you look inside, you should see them. Like I can see one there. Let's see. Right. So you can see the ones on the back. It's a little bit harder, obviously, to see the ones that are on the front. But I can feel one across here, at the shoulder. There's one across the bout here. There is a bridge pad. Right, that's a good thing. So a bridge pad is a little piece of wood that's here, a little rectangle, that supports the bridge on the other side. So when we glue our bridge on here, there's a corresponding piece of wood on the inside. And that prevents it from going, you might have seen it on some ukes, going, getting a bit of a belly. So when the strings are brought up to tension, it sometimes goes, it warps up like that. And then the whole action on the instrument goes, and the intonation and everything goes a bit, it's bad. It's a bad thing when your uke gets a big belly. It's fine for everyone else, but not for your uke. And there is eventually, I can't reach it, but I think there's another brace around here. Anyway, yeah, so that's basically the construction of your uke, is one piece of wood here, one piece of wood here, a thin piece of wood that's just like one big long strip that they wet and heat, and they bend it when it's wet and hot, and the wood actually bends without breaking. And you can bend it into a mold, into a curve like that. They get the back piece of wood, put the braces on it. They put another thing called kerfing. See, can you see it? The thing that looks like... See the thing that looks like teeth, or it's serrated. So that's a piece of softwood that's run around the edge, so that there's something to glue onto. Right, so that holds the sides and the back together. And the reason that it's serrated is so that you can bend it, make it all floppy, so it can go into the curve. Right, so those things all come together to give you your back with some braces, to give you your sides for the vertical height. You then have the block here at the top, and the block at the end, and you can see that that's kind of a glue point. See the way there's a line there? That's where they're stuck together, like that. There's a corresponding one on the bottom. Yeah, you can, if you look carefully, you can just about see a line. It's very faint, but you can see a line. So that's where they're glued there. And yeah, that gives you your back, your sides, and then you have the top piece. And the top piece, you have 3, I think, braces and a bridge pad, and that's just glued on the top. Then you have the same kind of kerfing that you had here, up here, to join the front onto the sides, the serrated parts, the serrated wood. You've got some here running on the inside all the way around there, and that joins the top onto the sides. And then just for a little bit, you can actually just sand that and just have like wood going to wood going to wood, that kind of a look. But people like this. This stuff's called binding. So see the white stuff? They like that trim. It makes it kind of look like it has contrast. Makes it look a little bit fancy. So what they do is they get a router, and the router cuts out about 1 or 2 millimeters. And it cuts, you run it all the way along, and you cut just a tiny little bit of wood away. Wood that's the same depth as this plastic, basically. And traditionally that would have been made out of like abalone or tortoiseshell, which is why you see them popularly used. If you've ever seen tortoiseshell binding on a uke, that stuff. Well, binding basically looks like that. That's just kind of standard stuff. You can get fancier stuff like pearloid and I don't know, the rest of my stuff's kind of hidden away somewhere. Oh, yeah, actually, it's something you don't see that often. This is real pearloid. So this is shell that is like crushed, glued together and crushed into sheets. And it just reacts completely differently to the plastic stuff. You can see the way it catches the light and it's super shimmery. Yeah, so that's just like shells glued together into a sheet and then cut. So that's often used for inlays, but sometimes it's occasionally used for binding as well. Right, so that's all kind of fancy stuff. But yeah, it basically just makes it look cool. It's not. It also protects the edge, actually, to be honest. So if it gets a knock off something, that the binding gets damaged rather than the wood, because the wood might be a little bit more difficult to fix or replace. Right.
So are those bindings like tape?
It's plastic. Well, most of them are plastic, but you can find some other material. No, it's basically like flexible plastic, like that. Show you what I mean. Yeah. So you can see there's a bit of give in it, enough for it to go around the edge. Yeah.
You glue it?
Yeah, you glue it in. Yeah, you glue it, and some people use like rubber bands and stuff like that to wrap around the uke when doing woodwork stuff. Other people use clamps, but they all work. Look at me. How prepared am I, machine heads? Even though they screwed me over on the parts, I got replacements. I tell you what, do you guys have beavers over there? Beavers were like the girl version of scouts. Yeah, well, I didn't want to go to join the scouts when I was a kid, so they let me join the beavers, and I won Beaver of the Year, 1990 to 91. Always be prepared.
We're so proud of you, Mark.
You should be. I have the trophy on my mantelpiece. It's like, it's really no joke.
I'm so glad I came. This is terrific.
So yeah, always be prepared. Anyway, I've got machine heads here that I'll go with those ones. Because I'm missing a hex. Oh, I could just take the hex off this. That would make sense, Mark. Yeah, it should fit. Look at that. So yeah, I'm glad nobody else is having any problems with parts anyway. If you are... oh god, I had an adventure, Neve, this week with Kirsten's screw on her machine head thing.
Oh,
So-
the thing that was buzzing, yeah.
Yeah, she basically, there's like that part.
Oh,
covered here.
yeah.
It's our similar part. It would actually be here in that machine head. A screw came off, so I contacted Kala, to see could I get a replacement for her, and we went this back and forth and everything, and I managed to get them to send her a screw, just like one screw in the post, one tiny little screw.
Oh,
The packet showed up with a hole, a screw shaped hole in it. So I had to let. She
poor
sent me a
Kirsten.
Yeah, she sent me a picture and I sent it back to them. They're sending another one, so fair play to Kala.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, well,
that's-
they've been very good for any issues I've ever had, Carla. They're brilliant.
Yeah, sure. It's yeah, like they can. They're like any company. They can be hit and miss the odd time, but more often than not, they're very good.
Miss with the arch top, hit with everything else.
There you go. See, you knew what I meant. We both have the
I
same
do.
uke, and we both
In
have the same
fact-
problem with it. There
This
you go.
uke looks so pretty, sounds so pretty. Don't get it. It's got a terrible, terrible flaw.
Which, well, I know how to fix, in theory.
You fix this, I fix this. You fix this, I fix this. Still got the
It's
problem.
still gone. God damn. Anyway. Well, another time we'll have like round 7 fixing that uke. Okay. Anyway, we've got our uke parts here. Yeah. If anyone's curious as to like how do you get to this from a plank of wood, basically they take one plank of wood, they glue on another one, so it's kind of like, if you imagine that as one plank of wood, then they glue on a block there. So that's the basic shape, is like one plank and a block. And from that block, you use a sanding belt, and you basically go, and you shape this. You shape that. So you can see the line there where the other block of wood was joined, was glued on. And yeah, you just shape that neck along a sanding belt. Now, up at this end, it's a little bit more complicated. So this here, this one, I remember when somebody first explained a scarf joint to me, my brain was like, what? It just went right over my head. So if this doesn't make sense the first time you have it explained, don't worry. But what happened here, if you look carefully, you can see a line there. There's a glue line there. So this has been glued. And basically what they did is they took that plank of wood and they cut a diagonal line across it. So they ran it and they cut a diagonal slice away. And that diagonal slice, they just went, flipped it over and glued it on. So that the plank now goes, and then suddenly goes diagonally away because it's been flipped. That's what's happened there. They sliced it over this. So see when the headstock suddenly dips downwards? There, at that point, it was sliced across there. And they took that piece of wood that was sliced, flipped it over and glued it on. And that's a scarf joint. So that's standard for guitars, ukuleles, lots of stuff like that. Now, if you've ever... See, you know the way Gibson would be a very popular, very well regarded guitar make? Well, Gibsons are super notorious in the repair world for breaking along there. Gibson Epiphones, Gibson SGs, they all have this scarf joint, all with mahogany headstocks and mahogany necks, and the wood just breaks there. This just tears away, and it's just notorious amongst repair people. Poor Gibson players. Anyway, you've got the nice thing about ukes is that they generally don't have any kind of high tension like you do on a guitar. They don't have nearly as much tension in the strings in the whole thing So it's less tension, it's less likely to snap there. You don't really see neck breaks here on a uke. You see them a lot on guitar. It's probably the weakest point on a guitar, but it's perfectly fine on a uke. Right, so there's me waffling. Okay, dry run. We're gonna put our uke together roughly and see how it looks. So Neve had an issue with the neck. She needed to chop a little bit off the dowels, but in theory, yours should fit something like that without any glue. So it should be it should fit very snugly against the body, and it should be, in theory, kind of flat across here. A little bit of a bump is okay, we can take care of that with sanding, but it should be flat. Right. So take your fingerboard and just place it on the neck to get a rough idea of how it's going to look. And again, we're just trying to see where all the parts go, really. So you're going to take your nut. Your nut is the small white plastic, I think it's plastic, yeah it is plastic in this case, piece with 4 lines in it, and place it up here at the top of the fingerboard. That's where that'll go. Next we have 2 different parts. We have our saddle, that's the other white plastic part, and we're going to get our bridge. Right, so you probably figured this out. Put your saddle in your bridge. I don't think there is a right or wrong direction on this particular bridge. Yeah, it's fairly cheap kit, so the parts are fairly basic. But anyway, put it in there so it fits inside, and then place it anywhere around here. It doesn't have to be accurate. We're just getting a look. Right, so you can see already it kind of looks like a uke, and we haven't glued anything or cut anything. We can then just line up our parts to kind of get a rough estimation of what it looks like. You'll see that for your machine heads, there should be 2 left, 2 right. Actually, they should go that side. So, oh, I found it! Ah, look, it was on the machine head, hiding. Okay, I take it back, Mr. Kit Manufacturer. I take it back. It's my user error. Okay. So yeah, that way and that way. Right. So there is a yeah, when machine heads are laid out in this way, there's on this kind of a headstock, there is a left and a right. So we have 2 left, 2 right. They're not all the same. So there's 2 specific ones for this side of the headstock, and then there's 2 specific ones for this side. So if you're looking down at it like I am, then the ones on the left go like that. See this bit that's sticking out? So that should be on the bottom. If you're holding the wrong one, it'd look like that, be sticking up. Right, so the sticky outy bit is down at the bottom right. Okay. So did that not make sense to anybody? I know that's an easily misunderstood thing.
One more time for the hard to think, and that passed me by completely.
No.
Sorry.
No worries, and don't be afraid to shout. Like, if anything doesn't make sense, shout. Right, so when you're putting in machine heads like this, these aren't actually identical. See the little sticky out part? See the way they're 2 different directions? If they were identical, they would look like this. The sticky out part would be going the same way. So you just have to use the ones that are meant to be on the left, use them on the left. And if you're looking for the ones on the left, the sticky out bit will be on the bottom, not up here. Down here. So just hold it in your left hand, and the sticky out bit should be in the bottom right. Okay, so the way this is going to work with the headstock is I'm going to run this part, the post, I like to call it the capstan because I pretend I'm a pirate, run the capstan through the back, and it sticks its head up. Right, now the odds are that's probably going to fall out because we're not holding, there's nothing holding it in. But we're just trying to get an idea of where these parts go. So we're not trying to set everything up. We're just trying to put the machine heads in, so we're like, oh yeah, that looks kind of like a uke. Right, so roughly machine head area. If you want me to explain it again, give me a shout. Otherwise I'll move on to the next bit.
It'd probably make sense if you just like hold them in and turn it over so people can see what it looks like from the back, because that's where you see the different parts.
True, no worries. So I'll just screw these on so you can see. Right. So I'm just gonna do a dry run. I'm not gonna drill any holes or anything. So I'm just gonna put the parts together. Just so you can see. So this is the hex screw here. You can just screw it in by hand. It's no big deal. And if I did that, let me just move this stuff for a sec. Right, so I've screwed one in here. I screwed in the one that would be used on the G string. And if I turn it over, see the way the pointy bit goes down? That lets you know you've used the right one, the correct one, I should say. So if it looks correct, if it's coming out the correct side, so left, and then it's pointing down. To be honest, it actually would work the other way as long as you did them all the same way. It would actually probably work alright. It would just mean that the screw is up instead of down, but yeah, not a big deal. Yeah, you just do that with all four, and that would give you yeah, your machine heads in place. We would then eventually, when everything's all finished, we'd drill, okay, if you have a drill, you would drill what's called a pilot hole. A pilot hole is a really simple idea. It's the idea that, okay, a piece of wood is solid wood, and if you try to screw a screw into solid wood, something's got to go somewhere, right? That steel is trying to push into wood. So if you don't drill a pilot hole and you just screw a screw in, what generally happens is the wood goes, ah, and it like splits, and it tries to get out of the way, and a little split forms. And there's a really simple way to avoid that, and that is you take a drill with a drill bit that's just a little bit smaller than the screw, and you just get rid of that wood so that when the screw goes in, it's not pushing the wood out of the way. So a pilot hole is just when you see that's a tiny little hole there, one of our tiny screws is going to go in there. So if I was doing this and if I had a drill, I would just go, woo, that. Real simple, just in the hole, woo, like that, and you're done. And then when you screw the screw in, it's not going to split the wood. Now, to be honest, on something that small, you'd probably get away with it. You'd be fine. Yeah, I don't think that would split anything. So we're just talking like, best practice with woodwork, rather than, yeah. Well, anyone, okay, I'm sure Neve and Gary and anyone who knows me can attest to my perfectionist streak. So yeah, take everything I say with a pinch of salt.
I've marked mine with a Sharpie.
Good stuff.
Just
Whatever works. Whatever works.
Mark, I have a question about tuners.
Yeah.
In Ukulele magazine, they're advertising these tuners called tune-alees, and they say they're made for ukes and that ukes are using guitar tuners and they're not delicate, like they turn too much for a uke. Do you have any opinion or any thoughts about that?
Right. Okay. We're getting nerdy about machine heads. I like it. Yeah. So what they're talking about there is, let me see what I got lying around. A machine head, in a really, really basic sense, if you think about what it is, it's a gear. It's just like a cog. So a cog. If you imagine a cog that has like 8 teeth on it, and you go one rotation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. If you imagine a cog that has 16 teeth on it, then it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That was a much smoother transition. It's also a different ratio. So that's basically it. It's a ratio. So basically the one that was 16 teeth, you would have to turn the thing 16 times compared to the one you'd only have to turn 8 times to rotate. That's it. That's all machine heads are. They're a gear with teeth. So whenever you see a ratio written around a machine head, it's basically telling you how many teeth are on the cog and how many rotations you'll have to do in order to rotate this. So if you have like a really insensitive, a really clumsy, not many teeth machine head, like imagine an 8, you just go like a tiny little movement and the string would go bleh, like it would change a lot. You might go like, God, after loads of tuning that machine head, you're like, damn it, I hate these machine heads, because they're like really overly responsive. They move too much. And if you wanted something a bit more subtle, like if you wanted to be able to control the tiny changes, then you would want a machine head that has lots of teeth, like an 18:1 ratio. So, yeah.
I have a question. Oh, I'm looking on mine. Can you see the little teethies on right here? Are these the little teeth?
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's an open back or open geared tuning head. Open geared, you can kind of guess by the name now. It's got an open gear. It's an open back, so you can actually see the gear. And you can count the teeth. And if you count the teeth in that, it'll tell you the ratio. It'll tell you how many times you have to turn the machine head or turn the button to do a rotation.
How do they write the ratio thingies out?
Oh, it's just like the number of teeth to 1. So
Okay.
like 16:1 or 18:1. Yeah, so I thought this stuff would have been way more standard than when I started modifying machine heads and stuff, and I was like, I got pretty deep into it. Yeah, it's mad. But you can get some like pretty nice machine heads online. It's something that you put it this way. I would say there's 2 reasons to update your machine heads. One is that you don't like the look of them, and 2 would be if they're clumsy, if you don't like how they tune, then you can swap them out pretty easily. As long as they're the kind of right shape and right design and stuff like that. Like the problem would be, see the way this one has 1 screw. And Carol, if you hold up yours and check out the back of Carol's, just make some sound or unmute yourself so we can see.
What do I do now?
That's it. So see the 2 screws.
Yeah.
So there's different screws. There's lots of different designs. And the problem with changing machine heads would be that if I tried to put her machine heads on here, it requires 2 screw holes. So I'd have to drill more holes, more screws. And the problem would be if you changed from something like Carol's to something like mine, then there'd be a hole. And Yeah, so you kind of have to buy. Well, you don't have to. You can like, I mean, if you don't mind living with the holes on the back and stuff like that, then do whatever. You can do anything. But if you wanted to kind of, you know, you could either buy the same design, or you could do a repair, or leave them. It's fine. So that's machine heads.
Yes, excuse me. Hi.
Yeah.
She's talking about the Graphtec ukuleleles. I've used them. They're really good on a soprano ukulele. What they are, they're lighter, and they don't slip. So
Yep.
if you have a soprano with the friction tuners that are always slipping and moving, they're excellent. But the head can't be thicker than I believe it was 16.
Oh, thanks.
Sorry, it cut out there for a sec. What was that measurement?
I believe they're 7/16. I think you can go on. I got them from Stumac because they were advertising them for a long time, and finally Stumac sells them, and they're not really expensive. They were only 20-something, American dollars, and they're very light. They're a 6-to-1 ratio, and they're much better than using friction tuners that constantly slip, and you just can't get it right all the time.
Yeah, so the idea of friction tuners. So friction tuners would be the traditional ukulele machine head. Well, no, I shouldn't say machine head, tuning peg. And basically, they are a stick. They're a stick that's just like, the oldest version of it was literally a cone-shaped piece of wood that was just like hammered in from the back. So it was literally a stick at one point in time, with a hole where the string would be wrapped around the stick, and then you would turn the stick. So that would be a 1-to-1 ratio, if that makes sense. A stick is the more time, if you turn a stick once, it has turned once. So 1-to-1. And the thing is, what that kind of developed into, they moved away from using wood and they started to use metal ones. And metal ones, they are screwed in from the back, and what holds them in is friction. It's just, if you imagine just a Phillips head screw, like the ones we have here, so very much not too dissimilar to that one. So you know the ones with a cross, like in your kit. There's like that, but in the back of a stick, and the way it works is you tighten that screw and it goes closer into the headstock. Right? So you have to tighten friction tuners every so often. Every couple of months you have to retighten them because they basically loosen a little bit. And because they're under tension. They're like a stick that's being dragged all the time. So they eventually become a little bit loose from you messing with it, tuning. And eventually it all just becomes a little bit loose and you have to tighten them again. So they're a bit of high maintenance. They are a 1-to-1 ratio. So if you breathe on them on a soprano or a sopranino, they go out of tune. The tuning is like, and it's really awkward and difficult. And people kind of either love them or hate them. They love them because they look like the old ones, and lots of people hate them because they're very difficult to tune. And that's the thing, people started to develop ones that are similar to banjo tuners. So banjo tuners have the same basic design. They come out the back like that, like a stick. They come out the back there. They started to develop ones that looked like the old ukulele tuners, but had a gear built inside them, so that they had, and now it's a very difficult thing to engineer. So initially they could only do about a 4-to-1 ratio. Then you started to see some that had a 6-to-1 and some have an 8-to-1. So they're getting a bit better. The most common version of that would be universal planetary tuners, UPTs. They're quite expensive. They're like $70-$80. And people have begun to gradually develop more affordable ones. As one of the guys mentioned there, what was the one you mentioned? Was it Graphtec?
Yes, Graphtec came up with a design, and they're I guess they're carbon or something. They're very light. They're 6-to-1 ratio. They work excellent, and it's a 7/6. You peg head can't be thicker than.
Yeah. So.
I don't remember if I had to make the hole a little bit wider on it. So you have to ream it. Don't put a drill through it.
Yeah. So, yeah. You can kind of worry about that stuff if you get into it, but if you get more into it, I'd say. But yeah, that's great. Like Graphtech have started making affordable ones. That's great. I have some in the posts that are like €30, so that's about $35. So I'll try them out. Basically there's a few different options if you're into that kind of thing. If you want to make your ukulele look old school. But the moment we're just going to stick with these ones. And the thing is,
Mark, sorry to interrupt. I think the original question was about like an electronic tuner, you know, one that listens to see if you're in tune.
What was the original question? That's a good question.
No,
That's a good point.
and my question was about exactly what we're talking about.
Oh, perfect. Grand.
No worries. Yeah, like if you want to go all full sci-fi on it, there are actually guitar tuning heads that you basically push the button on a computer on the back of your headstock and it goes and it tunes itself. It's like, yeah, we live in the future. Anyway, that's really lazy though. Come on, I mean, it's not that hard to tune a uke. Anyway, so we'll mosey on to the next bit. So, yeah, we had a look at our headstock, our tuning heads. We're doing a dry run, attaching our neck to our body. We put our nut and fingerboard in place.
Can I ask, what's the headstock?
The headstock is this bit. No worries. So that's the headstock. That's the neck. That's the fingerboard. That's the body. That's the bridge. That's the saddle. So those would be the basic bits. Right. So, yeah, that's kind of like that's a lot of the parts. Yeah, a lot of the steel parts are actually all just bits and pieces of the machine head, the tuning heads. Yeah, okay, so for these screws, 4 out of the 6 are for that bit at the back. So 4, you see the way you need 4 machine heads, so you need 4 screws. That leaves 2 screws left. And this is not this is not an IKEA furniture piece where you can just ignore the 2 spare bits at the end. Well, the funny thing is, actually, I'm about to tell you that you can. But the way we're going to build it, you will be able to ignore that. But if you want to do strictly the way this kit is designed, see the way there's 2 holes. Now this is basically a system where you go like, I don't want my bridge to come off ever. So a weak point in ukuleles is the bridge, the way they're glued onto the body. You may have seen on ukulele groups people going like, oh my god, the bridge popped off. Ah, do I send it back? That kind of a moment of panic. Now the first time you see a bridge pop off, it is like traumatic. I feel for you, but it is also very fixable. It is one of the most common fixes. Right. So basically these 2 screw holes are for the anxiety around worrying that your bridge is going to pop off if you don't glue it properly. It's just 2 screw holes, and the idea would be as long as you place it there, you go and you just screw in those 2 screws and it like holds it in. And the thing is, people might look at that and go like, ew, gross, I don't want to see 2 screws in my bridge. So they give you this stuff to cover it up. Here. So that's what these 2 little dots are. So those 2 dots are little inlays to pop in your bridge to make it look fancy, to cover up the 2 screws that you put in.
Can I ask a question? Like,
Sure.
you know how we talked about the blocks? Is there a block under the bridge and the saddle?
So that's, no, there's a pad though. There's not a block. There's a tiny little pad. A pad is just like about 1 or 2 millimeters thick, a little bit of wood, and it's under this. It's on the inside. You can actually feel it if you kind of put two fingers in and reach up. You can feel that there's an extra bit of wood there. Right, so that's the pad. That's the bit that will receive those screws if you choose to use them. Now, the way I'm going to show you, maybe I'm overly confident, this could be hubris, but I believe we don't need the screws. I believe that having two screws in the bridge will just absorb sound and energy and will dullen the instrument. So I don't really believe in putting screws in the bridge. But if you want to, if you're at all worried about it, then go for it, because you have the parts. You can build it whatever way you like. But I'm going to show you how to do it without using the screws. So, in theory, we should have two screws left over at the end, just like IKEA. Okay. Yeah, that's basically it. That's the dry run. You now know where all your parts go. So, I guess we can kind of start the next phase. I'll just check in with everybody. How are you feeling?
I'm just taking notes. If anyone wants my notes, I hope it's okay, sir, that I'm doing screenshots. But I can leave my email, because I might have to run to another class. This has been awesome.
No,
thank you.
No worries. I'm just a little bit concerned that the live stream is saying waiting for video. We seem to have lost our live stream. 6, 8. Yeah, no worries if you have to head off. That's fine. In theory, these videos should be up and available for people to kind of look back on them if they want to take their time and everything. So, yeah.
Be recording anymore.
Right. That, when I was saying in theory, that's because the live stream. Did it work? Chat. Right, I'll just check in on the chat.
Where on Facebook? Is it on MarksUkuleleTips or on the UT page?
MarksUkuleleTips should be there. Can't watch. I'm just catching up on the chat. I was like, I was wondering, like, do you want coffee? Or I'll check that out. Oh my god, look at that! What a sap! I was getting business cards printed, and they went for 7 cents. You can have a mug with you on it, and I was like, yeah, it's real. Like, you know when Homer comes back with like Homer on the bowling ball as a present for Marge? Well, I was like, I'm gonna give this to Lily, like a mug with a picture of me on it.
Doesn't look like you.
It was a photo shoot. See, that was the photo shoot where they stuck a leaf blower in my face. It was good. It's a good laugh. Okay. Gibson used scarf joints on the guitars. Yeah, spot on, Richie. But not using a scarf joint, the grain wood. Yeah, grain is grain and glue. It's an interesting one. So I thought it was really, really interesting. The other day there was somebody stuck up on Facebook, what would you call it? Like a microscopic image of wood, various wood grains. And basically they're all, if you've ever seen a box of straws, like a box full of straws, and it was just like circle, 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 and just all the tubes, yeah? Like straws. Drinking straws, I should say. That's what wood looks like if you go close enough. It's a bunch of tubes. And that's how it's able to let moisture in and out and air travel through. Is air goes through wood and moisture comes in and out of wood. Because wood was alive. Wood was a living thing. It was a tree. It was full of moisture. One of the reasons you can't just go out into your garden and cut down a tree and use it is because that wood is green. And green wood is two things: full of moisture, another thing, full of bugs. So there's all kinds of like larvae and everything living inside wood. So they have to kiln wood, which is basically kind of sort of cooking it. It's like cooking it in an oven / airing it out. If you can do it in a wood kiln, or you can actually do it naturally. So the old school way is to put it out outside where there's loads of airflow, cover it so it doesn't get rained on, and have little spacers. So all the wood is kind of held apart and the breeze goes through it. And basically it's just wind running across wood over and over and over time, just sucks moisture out of it. It allows the wood to breathe and like dehumidify. And you want to get it down to nothing above 10%. So the crazy thing about this is like that's like 10% water. It's maybe around 7. So it's weird to think like if you hold up a piece of wood like that, you're like 7% of this is water. It's like weird. Yeah, so it's still an organic material. It's still got water in it, so it still breathes. And that's why if you ever walk outside with your instrument in the cold and try to play it, like if you ever had to play a gig outside and you were like, oh my god, my uke keeps going out of tune, and if it rains on the uke, you're like, now it's really out of tune. It's because the moisture's changing. The temperature's changing, basically the water is expanding or contracting, so the wood is expanding and contracting. And yeah, the instrument is changing shape.
Can I ask a question? Like,
Sure.
In my uke groups, one guy's like, you have to put, in the winter, you have to put your uke in a box.
No.
No. He said it gets too dry or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, myself and Neve and Gary, we live in Ireland. Like, Ireland is just damp. Like, it's not a thing we ever worry about something being too dry. I understand that people live in different parts of the world. Like if you live in like the Nevada desert or something and you have super dry air and lots of heat and the water is just getting sucked out of the instrument, maybe then you might have to worry about humidity. And people do put humidifiers in uke boxes and cases in situations like that. But for me, I would lean towards saying that's pretty extreme conditions. Like only extreme conditions. I would be shocked if a uke did actually react like that. It's a small change. When they do change and breathe, it's always a small change. If there is something like a big failure, like if a piece of wood splits, that's more often than not like the wood. That was like never going, regardless of what environment it was kept in, it was probably going to split or break that way. Like if you look at manufacturing factories, not like 100 out of 100 items don't get sent through. Occasionally they'll just hit a bad piece and a piece will just split and fly off. And that part of the manufacturing is toast, it's dead. So if you can watch videos of ukulele factories where there's a CNC machine going like cutting out like 10 drills going cutting out a piece of wood, and one of them will just go poof and just like explode and part of it flies across the room. It's just a piece of wood. I mean, yeah, it's a bad piece of wood basically. It was always going to split or break. If it gets through quality control and gets made into an instrument, it gets sent out, and then something breaks and splits, that was kind of always going to happen. A lot of people will go, it was my fault. I kept it next to my bathroom when I took a shower. I killed my ukulele. And it's like, no. No, you just got unlucky. Don't worry about it. So yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about something like that. It gets overblown, very, very much so. Right, so as long as the wood has actually been dried, you should be fine. they make all kinds of cool moisture meter readers. Like I have an old school one that just has teeth. It's like a little Dracula, and you just go, you stick it into it, and it just reads the moisture. But they have cool ones that are like laser guns that go like pew 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 pew, and just give you like a reading of exactly what's happening where on the wood and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, boys and their toys. So, yeah, well, I guess we'll kind of take a look at it now. Start making it. So I'm gonna deconstruct this, so I can get back to it. I don't suppose Neve, could you have a look and see if you can see it on MarksUkuleleTips? Is the stream active or not? Because I don't see a go live option and the video looks dead. That's not good. Facebook has not received video signal. Well, that's not a good sign. Maybe I'll try it again. Yeah, just give us a sec while I try to sort this out. Actually, you can fire away any questions while you're at it.
Is the first thing we're going to do sand the ukes down a bit?
No, we'll be doing that a little bit later. We'll glue first, because you got to take a bit of glue with you. So, I get what you mean. One of the things that I put on the list was grain filler. So if you have a look at this one here, you can see the grain is actually quite smooth over here, and you can probably see that it's a bit rougher there. So this is again all down to the piece of wood. Yeah, this was just a piece of wood, and whatever way it was cut, we're getting a bit of rough grain. So you can use stuff called grain filler. Grain filler, it's exactly what it says. It's just like paste stuff that fills it in. That's if you want to fill the grain. So if you look at something like an electric guitar, where this finish is like perfect, like it's just a complete smooth surface, there's almost no point in making your instrument out of wood, by the way, if you're going to have it look like a completely like smooth surface, like that. That is like, you can see there is no trace of that having looked like wood. Like that could be plastic or steel or anything. A lot of people, you kind of want your wood instrument to look like wood. But one of the ways, if you want to just get rid of that grain look, you can use grain filler. So it's just kind of a powder paste stuff that you put on it, and it fills in all the pores. It's basically like your skin. You know the way your skin has pores? Yeah, it's exactly the same. Wood has pores. And you'll notice that when you go to do a clear coat, or any kind of stain or anything, that the wood, particularly the very porous parts, the very dry porous parts, just drink that liquid in. And the parts that drink it in are basically still gonna look like pores. It's the other parts that'll go like, oh, you fill me in. But the really thirsty parts, the real visible, touchable grain, those parts will just, they'll drink it all in and be like, yeah, give me more. And they'll still look like pores. So it depends on what kind of look you're going for. Like on this one, I didn't use grain filler. Now I did a lot of sanding, a lot of sanding. But look at that white spot there. See the way you can see all the grain, the dots, all the pores? So that's without grain filler. It's still going to look like a piece of wood. Even if you shine it till the cows come home, it's still going to look like wood. Right, so if you're looking for something like super high gloss, where you're like, oh, I want to be able to like check my hair in my uke, and if you wanted that mirror finish, you're going to have to use grain filler. you're going to have to sand like crazy, do loads of clear coats. So you do a clear coat sand, clear coat sand, clear coat sand, and then when you're finally coming towards finish sanding at all kinds of different levels of grit to like finer, 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 finer. It's and then eventually polishing with different levels of polish, and it's like you got to do crazy stuff to get those glass finishes.
Mine
totally
is great. I've got as 100, so I won't be going that far.
Oh Jesus, 100 grit. You'll be like, do you do construction like roads? Do you make roads or something?
Apparently so. I thought I had a packet that had all of a range, but it actually only goes from 40 to 100. So yeah.
Fair enough. Right, so that's that actually may as well bring me on to sandpaper. Okay, so we will be doing sanding at some point. There's two systems of sandpaper. There's the American and the European. Cappy? I think Cappy is the American one. I don't know, whatever. But basically, it's one of those classic situations where it's like, hey, let's make two systems that use the same kind of names, and like let's confuse the hell out of each other. So, if an American is talking about sandpaper and they go, just use 240, it's like they're probably referring to 240 on the American system of sandpaper. If you're in Europe and you hear Europeans saying, it's like, just use 240, they're probably referring to the European 240. Okay, so how do you tell these two things apart? The European word, I like to think of it as European, European. So it'll have P in front of the number. It'll be like P240. And that way you know, okay, European 240. Not American 240, where you take your lovely, almost finished instrument and just like drag sandpaper across and you're like, what have I done? Yeah, so European will be the one with P. If it doesn't have P in the name, it's probably the American one. But you can also just like use your eyeballs and your finger and just be like, okay, this is really rough or this is really soft. Yeah, so when you're trying to sand stuff down, the way I like to think of it, at least I'm going to refer to the European sandpaper. So this would be P in front of all these numbers. I like to think of from 200 to 400 is trying to take wood away. You're sculpting, right? 2 to 400, 2 to 4. From 4 to 6, you're polishing, and from 6 upwards, you're just trying to get to the finish. You're finishing. So yeah, 2 to 4 is like sculpture. 4 to 6 is polishing, and anything above 6 is finishing. Does that make sense? So if you're trying to get rid of some wood, you can use like anything up to 400. So, Niamh, I assume you're going to go for that matte finish then, yeah? Okay. Right. Yeah, I mean, geez, where do I start? Oh yeah, I was trying to get that stream up and running. Live stream. That was very unfortunate for that not to actually go live. Anyway, we shall soldier on. Yeah, Facebook did a big update on their pages this week, and they have broken everything. Okay. Groups, pages. Let's see, does this work? No. I might just have to upload it after because the live stream's not working now. Sad. Anyway. Right, we'll just soldier on. Yeah. Okay. So actually, yeah. almost forgot. There was one issue I ran into that was kind of a big deal on the old kit, so I want you guys to check it. So if you get a ruler, any kind of measuring ruler, on hand. So basically the problem I ran into was that this piece of wood here was too long, and I didn't spot it until I was basically almost finished the build, and I put the strings on and went, oh my god, the intonation is terrible. I thought I did everything right. What the hell? And eventually I narrowed it down to the scale was fine on all of these frets, but just here at the top there was too much wood. For some reason they just forgot to cut away a piece of wood here, and it threw the scale of the instrument completely off, and I had to basically take the nut away and then saw off part of the fretboard, part of the fingerboard, and glue the nut back on, or put the nut back on. So that was a bit of a pain, and that messes up several things. So we're going to try to just make sure that our fingerboard is the right length. Okay, so if this is a little bit too technical, too minute, like pedantic, don't worry too much about it. But what I'm doing here is I am measuring from this side of the second fret wire. This is the second fret wire. So I'm measuring from this side, that's where my ruler is going to start. There. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And I'm going to measure up to the same point on the third fret wire and see what is that distance. And on mine, that comes up as 19 millimeters. Okay, so on mine from fret 2 to fret 3 was 19. So what I'm trying to get at here is, you can notice just by looking at it that on a ukulele the frets basically get smaller the farther up you go. They get tighter and tighter and tighter. So that means that if we're going this direction, if you have a look, if we're going this direction, the measurements should get bigger and bigger and bigger. Right, so I'm measuring basically the distance between the second fret and the third fret, and then I'm going to move up here and measure the distance between the first and the second, and then I'm going to move up here and measure the distance between the 0 and 1. And I'm going to see, do they follow a pattern? Right, so if I go from fret 2 to 3, I get 19. If I go from fret 1 to 2, I get 20. So, by logic of a pattern here, if I go from 0 to 1, I should get something roughly around 21. Because it was 19, 20, the last one should be something like 21. Just, we're only doing a rough estimation here. We just want to check, is there loads of extra wood here or not? So you should have something as resembling 21 millimeters from the very end of the piece of wood to that side of the fret wire, this side of the fret wire, right here. Right, so if that shows up okay, cool, good, then they fixed the problem. Because last time I had to cut off about 3 millimeters, which is a lot in terms of a fingerboard. That's a lot of extra length. It was intolerable. I had to fix it.
But when
yeah.
did you do a dry run on it and it looked okay?
I did one that looked okay, but you can't put strings on and put it up to tension. It only became an issue when I had the strings on, because the bridge hadn't been fixed yet. So when you do a dry run, you know, the bridge isn't located yet, and you can't string it up. So I had no way of telling. and it was a really strange problem, one that I hadn't actually seen before. So it took me by surprise, so I didn't want it to take any of you guys by surprise. So has anyone had an issue there, or did your fingerboard measure up okay? Cool. So shout if you have a problem, and if you have a problem, you can basically just measure that out. It should go roughly 21 millimeters from this side of the first fret wire to the end of your fingerboard. So if you need to do something, you just measure it out, draw a line, take any kind of a saw, and just cut it off. Or alternatively, if you don't have a saw, you can borrow 100 grit sandpaper from Neve and just go and sand that wood away. Okay. That's right. So, scale of the instrument and locating the bridge. Actually, no, that's too far into the build, right? Actually, does anybody, when you put the dry run together of your neck and your body, does anybody think that their neck is crooked, like this way? Is it slightly off either way? Or does it seem okay? So shout if you have a problem. Alright. So what we're going to do is, put the fingerboard on and locate our bridge. Actually, tell you what, I'll bring this up. I wonder, is there a limit to the size of what I can post in the chat? Well, let's find out. Well, yeah, okay, that's the limit. It won't let me paste that. So I have notes. I have build notes. Thinking I should maybe just make a Google Doc. And I will send you the link, and you can build along with this guide if you like. So with your files, let's build ukulele together. Okay, so I'll make a new Google Doc. I'll paste these in, and you can reference this for any part of your build. Sorry guys, I should have done this earlier. Let's build a guide. Okay, share. As I was saying, this is kind of a learning experience for me too. There, okay, so there's a link in the chat if you want to open up that link. This is basically my notes that I made as I was building, so step by step. If you want to follow that, it's fairly exhaustive. I tried to account for everything that anybody might want to do. Okay, so we've done the dry run on the body and the neck. There's a request for permissions there. We're having trouble getting in.
Yeah, it's asking for requests. I sent one.
Okay. Well, yeah, if you need to just ask for the permissions, and I'll greenlight them as soon as I can. For the moment anyway, I'll do a screen share, actually, probably the best. Yeah, I'll do a share. Okay. All right, so can you guys see that okay?
Yeah, we'll just have to.
It's small.
Yeah, but you can change
better?
it. Yeah, better. Thank you.
Okay. Right, so we've done the dowels, heel, Lined it up, see if it doesn't fit. Remove the neck dowels. Okay, so up to glue. Right. Sorry that took so long. That was a bit of a big, long meander, but we're going to finally get to glue something. Sticky fingers. Right, get your wood glue. Okay, wood glue has a bit of a tricky top. That's to stop it from sticking to itself. Okay. Right, so yeah, it's got a bit of a funny kind of head on it. You just pull it up, ideally without pulling it off, because you can do that. So just pop it up so that you can drop out some glue. Now when you turn it upside down, the glue is going to drip down and fill up this chamber, and from there should be kind of a flat, kind of horizontal tip that enables you to spread. So we're going to be gluing our headstock onto our neck. Right, before you start gluing, you probably want to make sure that you've got some kind of like kitchen roll, toilet roll, lint-free rag cloth thing. Yeah, you can never really have enough when you're gluing, because it's something you usually forget about until you very much need it. Speaking of which, I gotta go get some. Right. Okay. So.
Mark, before you glue anything from Idiot's Corner, okay?
Yeah.
My hardware store did not have wood glue, so they gave me a bottle of this Gorilla Glue. So I reckon I've got one chance at every step of this, okay?
Okay. Fair
no,
enough.
it said there's 10 minutes working time on it, so it shouldn't be too bad. But
okay, right.
It's never coming apart.
It is never coming apart. That's correct, right?
You have to be careful with Gorilla Glue because it expands, though.
Right. So you might. Hey, look, it's a build. So before we actually jump in and do, before we jump in and like do irreparable damage, we should probably make our peace with the fact that we're probably going to do irreparable damage. This is our first build. It is a learning experience. So like when you make your peace with that, it's like, sure, screw it. I gave it a good go. Plus the upside to using a kit like this is it's about $30, 35, something like that. Not the end of the world if you murder it. So I mean, I would always encourage people to be careful and to be kind of thoughtful before you glue stuff onto stuff. But if it goes wrong, it's fine. It's not a big deal. You can do another one, no problem. They're actually kind of addictive. When you start making them and start doing them up and making them fancy and stuff, it's a good little hobby. Okay, so if you've got wood glue, any glue will really do. But wood glue, it won't do. It'll contract as it dries, but it won't expand really much after that. It's also not crazy. You're not going to stick your fingers to your fingers, stuff like that. Right. Okay, so you can do all kinds of things with this, but what I'm going to do is do the dry run again, putting my neck onto the body. I'm going to get a pencil and I'm just going to mark it. Carpenter pencil. Okay, so I'm going to take a pencil, I'm going to push the heel in so that it feels secure and snug, and then I'm just going to draw a pencil line there. So now there's a light pencil line on the body. So I know the kind of area that I'm dealing with. Now you can, this might be overkill, but you can use tape to tape that off if you don't want any squeeze out. You know what squeeze out is? It's when you glue and you push two things together and it goes and it's like spreads out. That basically, when that happens, you're going to have to clean it up, and when you clean it up you can get that kind of glue streak. If you want to avoid that, you can put tape down. So before you do any of the gluing, you put tape down across the area. Like, I'm using green tape. You can use blue painter's tape, or really any masking tape is going to be fine on something like this. But yeah. So I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect. Sure, none of us are. Right, so the idea is you get something roughly like that. It's going to pick up some of that spill out. And bearing in mind that the fingerboard is actually going to extend over here, over this, when we eventually do the fingerboard. Right, so we're going to be gluing this surface here, this triangle of wood that we've marked out. We're also going to put glue into the holes, so that when we put those dowels in there, that they have something to glue into. Does that make sense? So you don't want too much. If you have too much glue, it doesn't really form a particularly great bond or a connection. Like earlier on when I talked about wood being like a bunch of straws. If you imagine you pour a load of glue onto a bunch of drinking straws, a lot of that's going to go in. You want some of it to go in and to kind of bind those fibers together. So too much glue, the two bits of wood end up not really touching each other very much. It's just wood and then a bunch of glue and then wood. But you want the wood to touch the wood. Right, so we've got a bit of drying time on our glue, in theory, hopefully, in like something like 2 or 3 or 4 minutes. Ooh, it was already open. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's do it. Right. Turn the glue upside down. Allow the glue to, you might need to give it a little squeeze, not much, a little squeeze just to get some glue into the chamber. And then put some glue within the lines that you've marked out. Right, now some people use a brush to spread out glue. You can just grab a piece of card out of your garbage or anything really, just to kind of spread it around, whatever works. Some people use their fingers, they don't mind getting wood glue on their fingers because you can just kind of roll it off. But yeah, basically that, something like that. Covering the area of glue. That's quite actually a lot of glue, to be honest. I would normally spread that out. Oh yeah, right, there it is. Okay. some people do put it on both surfaces. Not sure. Go on. I'll throw a little bit on. Oh, you don't have to do this, but sure, it's Christmas. I'm only putting a very small amount. Really, I'm putting it along the edges, just a tiny little bit amount, because I want to try to create a little bit of a seal if I can. Just a little bit of a seal. So I've actually glued up both surfaces. You don't necessarily have to do that. Oh, am I glad that I taped that off? Right, so here we go. Let's put it together. Right, so when I pushed it together, nice and firm, you can see some spill out. So that's forming just a little bit of a seal. I don't want to have any holes, any gaps. See the way that's white all the way around? The excess will be fine. The thing about wood glue is that it shrinks as it dries. So don't be shocked if you see gaps appear. You can always add a little bit more glue, a second attempt, if you want to seal that. Right. See, the perfectionist in me is catching up because I'm not delighted with how I taped that up.
So you don't wipe the glue off first?
Not yet. So yeah, I would prioritize filling in all the gaps, and I wouldn't worry quite so much about the spill out. I might actually use a brush if I have one. Where are my brushes? Okay. There you go. There's one. Okay. So this is not ideal. I just moved house. We just moved everything in. So everything's a mess. I don't know where everything is. It's driving me crazy. Anyway, I'm going to use a bit of wood glue and this brush. Now this is not super ideal, but what I'm doing here is really just trying to find that seal more than anything. You can always sand glue back. Get rid of it. You can always get rid of it by sanding. At least in terms of aesthetics, like how something looks. So, you can see I don't have any gaps. I ended up just going, to hell with the splurging out, the spill out. I just don't want any gaps. So I know the way wood glue behaves, and I know as that dries, that's going to form gaps. So I'm just going to add a little bit more again, a little bit more again, until there's no gap at all. Because I like that kind of smooth look at the corners. But you don't have to worry too much about it. So as long as you've pressed that together, and you're relatively happy, good stuff. Alright. So we'll come back at that in a few minutes. Right, so if there are any questions, how are you guys getting on with it? I see kitchen roll with Gary. Clever lad.
It's
how you getting on with the Gorilla Glue?
I've no idea. I mean, I don't know how long it takes to dry or anything. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I use probably way more than I need to, but I'm glad to hear you say I could sound it back. I look forward to happy hours of Sandy on this thing. But there doesn't appear to be a gap, put it that way. It seems to be reasonably solid.
Right, that's good. And it said it had 10 minutes drying time, yeah? Yeah.
I don't know. I threw the box away. Hold on. Listen, I was not fooling him when I said I'm stupid. I haven't a clue about this stuff. Hang on.
Don't worry. Like, this is not intelligence in any way, shape, or form. Nobody can intuit the drying time on glue. Yeah, just like knock yourself out. What's yours say, Neve?
It says nothing. It says it doesn't tell me anything. To be fair, it's like it's left over from some. It probably cost £2 in Deals, so it's.
I recognise that brand. That is Deals, yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Plenty of stuff there that I've bought for these builds.
Do you know, I bought nothing. I just scavenged my house. I haven't been out in weeks.
No worries. Like, that's great. Yeah, you don't need to go, but it's a good kind of proof that you don't really need to go spending any money on this stuff.
Yeah. The only thing I bought was the body, with the kit, like.
Yeah. Right, so it can totally be done by hand. So this thing has had a minute or two. I'll just have a quick look. Seems to be holding up okay. Don't see any gaps. Yeah, how did this one turn out? Yeah, so this would probably be like a weak point in the previous build.
Every time I think this is fine, I switch my grip and I pull the neck down harder onto the body and more glue squishes out. So there's obviously still kind of gaps that I'm not quite getting.
Yeah, so there's a bit of air in there. Yeah, you probably prefer to have as little air as possible, just like wood, glue, and contact. If you have a look at this one, see the way you can see that line?
Yeah.
That's like glue residue. So that's the kind of price of doing it the way I did, rather than marking it out accurately and taping it up and all that stuff. So I marked it out accurately and then squished glue all out the outsides. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I know better than to put loads of glue on, but still, I'm like, it's the heel and the body. I'm like, it should have glue, but I always put too much on. I never learn, so I'm just gonna touch this up a little bit. But yeah, with this, in terms of like how this aesthetically looks, you can sand it down and get it to a pretty decent look. Also, like, nobody here is a professional full-time ukulele maker, so I don't think we should be holding ourselves to the highest standards on earth. And you learn from the mistakes. It would actually be pretty terrible if you didn't make any mistakes. Sure, no worries, Helen. Okay, so that should be drying. We've got one thing on. So, yeah, I went into pretty big detail on the notes. So we'll just have a quick look. Nozzle. Yeah, this is all just stuff about gluing the neck to the body. Tries. You can use clamps if you like. If you have any clamps, you can clamp it together, but it's fine if you don't.
I have no clamps, but every time I let go, it rocks off a little bit, so I'm going to hold it until it's drier.
It's the same here. I have a clamp lying around. Oh, hang on. Look, I got one of these jobs. So, is this the kind of thing I need to be using?
Yeah, you can use a G-clamp like that, yeah.
Yeah, where?
If you can find a way for it to fit, though.
I know what you mean. So, okay, gotcha. So it has to go inside the hole. Or
yeah.
Oh,
so
God,
the
okay.
thing about, hang on for a sec. So G-clamps can leave an impression, so they can kind of crush wood if you overdo them. So be careful. I'll show you.
Caveat emptor.
I'll have a look and see if I have any G clamps around just to show you. Something close. I guess this is kind of close enough. Right. It has a roughly the same shape as your G clamp. Right.
Hang on, because I don't care if it damages the wood. Do you know what? I don't care. I just want the neck to actually, because it's still moving around. Hold on. Stay.
Yes.
Bugger. I need a second clamp to hold the uke. Hold on.
You're grand. So I wouldn't. Just be careful not to rush it. It's not the end of the world if it needs a bit more glue or anything. At the moment, I'm trying to simulate what you're doing.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it.
Yeah, if you're trying to get the G clamp, maybe put it around the heel like that. The one thing I would be careful of in this instance would be on the other side. So the part that's in the sound hole. It would be very easy.
Yeah. I could snap the hole.
The brace. Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
So there is a brace across here on the inside, and just be careful not to basically do that and pop.
Oh, this is above my pay grade. I'm not going to do this because I'm afraid I just snap the thing in two.
So, like, if there's a bit of water,
I also just discovered it's a 24-hour dry in this bloody glue.
Right. Don't worry too much about it then.
I won't.
Don't worry about the dry time either. So, it's fine. Like, I mean, a lot of the time they have to put like that as a disclaimer, particularly if it's like a high stress glue, so that nobody basically goes and like puts glue on their ceiling and hangs a bowling ball and then complains if their bowling ball falls over. Like, basically they kind of have to put stuff like that. Okay, so we have our neck. Like, the thing is, you can just leave that down for the minute if you like. And whatever shape it's in, that's its shape. And just let it kind of settle in that. So we've got, in the notes here, I wrote the thing about the fingerboard being too long. So we've already checked that. Apparently nobody had that as an issue, so that's great. Right, find the nut. Line up the fingerboard. Yeah, we already did that. Yeah, okay, so if you look very closely at your neck, so this part here, you might notice there's this tiny little step down there, that this wood is slightly taller than this wood. I don't know if that's the case on your particular one. Can anybody let me know if it is or isn't?
It looks like there's a very, very slight ridge.
Like
where
it's minuscule.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
Yeah.
So that's where the nut is going to sit. So basically, see where the tall part is? The taller part of the ridge, that's where your fingerboard is going to end. And the slightly lower part is where your nut is going to sit. So that's basically the beginning point that we're going to measure everything off of.
Okay.
So this part is kind of going to be the key to all our measurements. The tall part. Right.
Actually, Mark, on mine, it's the opposite. The tall part is at the stock, and the short part is on the neck. Yeah.
Okay, so that can be worked around, but as long as there's some kind of beginning point that's a straight line, we should be all good.
Yep. Okay.
So basically what we're going to do is, whatever that dividing line is, on mine it's the tall part, on Gary's one it's slightly shorter. We're going to align our fingerboard like that. So if you take a look, something like that should be what you end up with. All right. So, yeah. Do you want to give it a go? Feeling brave? How's the glue coming on? Is anybody's neck still wobbling around?
Mine is.
Okay.
Mine feels pretty solid. I'm not going to necessarily
Yeah.
play with it, but it seems fairly solid. Yeah, it's fixed.
I tell you what, it's whatever shape it's in at the moment. That's probably okay. Over time, it might settle a bit more. We might fill in any gaps that show up. Also, adding the fingerboard is going to add a little bit more structural integrity to how it's finally going to end up, because the fingerboard is going to overrun.
Yeah.
So it's going to like stabilize it just a little bit. Right, if you look at the back of your fingerboard, I don't know about yours, but mine has gunk on it. Seems like some sort of failed glue job or something. Does yours have that?
Same. Oh, plus it has Gorilla Glue on it already. Jesus. Pardon me. Yeah, it has I see the gunky bits.
Okay, so if you want, you can sand that off. And there's no harm in the back of the fingerboard being a little rough. It just means it's going to stick better when you glue it.
Yeah, what number am I using, Mark?
Well, I'd say something around the middle. So,
Okay.
2 to 600, something like that.
I've got 4 black blocks from Deals, rough down to the smooth. So the middle one, okay?
Yeah, just middle. Yeah, middle would be fine. If you need something more rough, go for something more rough. It's not like finishing sandpaper. Sorry for all those Americans. That would be P200 to P600. Right. Just going to get rid of some of this gunk. This is by no means like a necessary step. This is just me being like a control freak lunatic who would probably be bothered by the idea of glue under the fingerboard being crap. Anyway. Yeah. No big deal. Looks fine. Right. Happy out. So, we're going to glue this thing. Give it a little wipe down. Get rid of some of that excess, some of that dust. Okay, I seem to have put residue all over my Luke. Damn. Alright, so we're going to glue this bad boy. Get your glue. turn upside down. Gluing down the center, down the sides, down the ends. Right, so I'm just going to be a little bit pedantic, and I'm just going to put a tiny bit along the edge because I like that edge to look smooth in how it's joined. So it doesn't have to be much. You're going to get spill out here more than likely. And if you don't get spill out, you're probably going to have to just add a little bit of glue after to kind of fill in the gap. Right, so this is one of the few steps where you kind of have to be a little bit quick. Not a mad rush. Never run with scissors, as my mother said, or my brother, who ended up with a scissors in his arse. Christmas Day, his birthday. Great day in the emergency room. Right. Okay, so what I got there. You can see I've got glue down the middle, down the sides, at all the kind of ends, because that's what's going to be visible. Okay, I got my uke there on its back, ready to go. And what I'm trying to really line up is the top of my fingerboard there with that line. So on my one it's taller, on Gary's one it's shorter, but I just want to get it roughly in line with that line. So here we go. Da, 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 da.
Fuck.
And the thing is, it'll slide, it'll be slick with the glue. So you'll have a couple of seconds of it being mobile, where you can kind of move it around and adjust it. And when you're happy with the placement, then just give it a slight press down. And that should give you a bit of spill out. And bear in mind, you can move it around. So you can slide it back and forth and jiggle it around a bit. Right, so I'm going to go... I'm going to spread out some of this glue. I'm going to make use of this spill out. Use my brush. Or even if you're just using a bit of card, you can just slide a bit of cardboard around to kind of wipe, smooth out some of that glue. So what I'm doing here is I could actually do with a little bit more glue to cover some of these gaps. So I'm literally just putting it on a paintbrush and painting the glue on.
Ah.
How you getting on, Gary?
Sorry, I should turn my mic off. I'm going to start swearing in a second. Hold on. Bye-bye.
So, if I was to guess what was going on with Gary, would be that the glue is misbehaving. And he's possibly glued something that's not moving.
Now everything I touch is sticking to me now at this stage. Effing Gorilla Glue is just is too much. I'm going to walk away from this. I'm just going to sit it down. I'm going to make a cup of coffee.
Go wash your hands and chill for a minute. You'll be grand.
Exactly, Gary. Don't be stressing about it at all. When you get glue, glue is basically a bitch. When you get it in your hands, everything you touch turns to sticky stuff. Wash your hands. Don't rush it. get all the stuff off your hands before you do anything. It can all be sanded as well, so no need to worry. Right. Okay, so how are the rest of you getting on?
It's stuck down, but like I said, the glue's taken a while to dry, so everything's still a bit goopy, and I'm trying to hold everything in place.
So it's probably hitting the point now where the goop, yeah, you might just want to kind of accept that it is where it is, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, I'll just hold it for a while longer. Like, the longer I give it holding it, the more firm it'll be.
Yeah. In theory. Yeah, so it can all be sanded. Don't be worrying about it. Be grand.
Oh, I'm not. I just know that at some point between now and when it's all finished, I'm going to hit off something, and then the fretboard or something will be twisted.
Yeah. And how are the rest of you guys getting on? All right. Okay, so I've gone for a very kind of glue-heavy painting session here. Let's see how it turns out. So I've kind of made my peace with the idea that I'm going to have to do a fair bit of sanding to get rid of all this glue. But I know it's possible, so I'm willing to do it.
You haven't put your nut on. That's just glue up there, is it?
Okay. Right, so I'm on my one anyway. I'm noticing a bit of an overhang. My fingerboard is slightly larger than my neck. So that is definitely going to have to get sanded. And I won't be using polishing sandpaper for that. Okay. Another thing to look out for actually would be at the very top where your fingerboard goes to your neck. If you've got spill out there, get rid of it. So any glue, because we don't want that to have glue in it. That's where your nut is going to sit. Right. Okay. Actually, I'm going to do the same. I'm going to wipe away some of this excess. At least on the soundboard. Soundboard being the body.
I've used so much glue on this thing so far that no matter where I put the uke, it sticks to what it's on.
Yeah.
My kitchen table is at 80% glue.
Glue away. Don't be stingy.
Yeah, but I can't wipe it. The problem is when I wipe the fingerboard, it moves.
Gary, I think you were talking there, were you? You're on mute.
Sorry, when I try to wipe the excess off the fretboard, it moves.
Whoops.
It's still moving around, you know.
I think you're still on mute.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
And no, I can't seem to hear you.
Oh, hold on.
I can hear you.
I can hear him
but
now.
Not that I take anything of value, but
Mark, can you hear me when I'm talking?
We can hear you. I don't think he can.
Now I can't hear Neve.
What did he do?
Can't hear anyone. Can we just...
he's had enough.
See, I'm not going to make the rookie mistake of touching my laptop when I have glue on my fingers. Well, given that got a laugh, I assume you can hear me. Yeah, I'm not going to touch my laptop. No way. Give me a sec. Okay. There's something really satisfying about taking wood glue off your fingers. It's like it just rolls off. It's like makes you feel like you're in play school again. Not quite the same crack with Gorilla Glue, I'd imagine. It's like rubbing your skin off. The skin goes with the glue, yeah. Not all glues are equal. But it can be done. It can be done.
Do you have some like alcohol or white spirits or acetone or something, Gary? Because you might find that you could sort of wipe it up.
Nail varnish, whatever, but the problem is because I've used so much glue, every time I press an area, it just slides around. So I'm just going to let it sit and just see if it'll set first, you know.
What I found when that was my issue was I took some kitchen roll and I kind of had a big piece of kitchen roll and I squished it really hard down and then wiped off the outside and found that it sat much better when there was a little bit less glue there.
Okay. Worth a go.
It's really strange. Right, I'm going to try turning it off and on again.
We can still hear you. Can you hear us yet?
I'm back. Okay.
Yay, welcome back.
Turning it off and on again. Never fails. Okay, Gary, how you getting on?
It's still slipping around a bit, and I've cleaned as much of the excess off as I can.
That's grand. So it can be sanded. Don't worry too much about the excess. That's going to all get caught up in the sanding.
I'm more concerned about the position of the fretboard, that it's not hanging over the edge on one side. Do you know what I mean?
Do you mean that the fingerboard is like
it's not centered,
hanging it? Right.
Yeah, well, no, it's fine now. It's fine now because I've repositioned it. But every time I touch the board to try and get the excess glue out, it moves.
Yeah.
So I think I just let that dry.
Yeah, it's a little bit slick at the moment. So the glue between the fingerboard and the neck, is making it movable. We can give it all a little bit time now.
I'll let Uncle Gorilla do his work.
Fair enough. I might do the same actually. So got a little bit of excess all over. Yeah. So the thing is, everything's just like a little bit off there, and this would be the difference between, just throwing it together for a laugh and trying to get it to that instrument sort of feel. Would be stuff like this, that we're going to sand that smooth, and any of the stuff that's overspilling will be gone. Anything that's like offset and overhanging will be smooth. Stuff will be finished to kind of a relatively high standard, so that it'll feel like an instrument when you play it. Okay. Right. So seeing as we're doing a drying spot, the next thing would be to locate the bridge. Right. Do you guys know what intonation is on an instrument? No. It is how accurately it can recreate pitches. So the pitchiness, whether something sounds like it's in tune or not, whether it makes accurate notes or not. This is one of the most common problems on cheap ukes, is intonation. And basically what's happened is, even if they have this scale correctly mapped out and every fret is in really accurately, what most of the time goes wrong is the bridge positioning. So they're a little bit too far back, or a little bit too far forward, or maybe the nut is a little bit off. Those are the most common problems, because these things are just like made in a machine in a factory pretty much. They're very consistently manufactured. The usual culprit for intonation is the nut or the bridge. How well an instrument, like I suppose how you would encounter a badly intonated instrument would be you tune it so it's perfectly in tune when you're just playing it open and tuning, and then as soon as you hold a chord it just sounds off, like something just sounds wrong. And you've probably noticed this when you picked up like a €30 uke and went, I tuned it perfectly, and then you go blah, and it just sounds like a mess. And you're like, why does it sound right when it's open and it sounds wrong when I hold it down? That's an intonation problem. So what you're supposed to do, in theory, what we're doing is we are taking this line here, the very tip of the fingerboard. That corresponds with the very tip of the nut. So this here, when the nut is, oops, I got some glue. And when the nut is in its final position, when it's set there, the strings are basically working from the very farthest tip of this. So not this side of the nut. That is where the string should be making contact with the nut. So we are measuring everything from here. Okay, so if I take that away, it makes sense that the edge of this, that's our measurement line. So we're going to be working everything from there. Now, the way that you locate where the other point of tension on the instrument should be, one point of tension should be here, where the strings make contact. The other place that the strings make contact is on the saddle, somewhere down here. We're trying to measure exactly where they are. This one is fixed because it's there. It's at the edge of the fingerboard. The other one will be on the bridge, somewhere here. Right, that's our job that we're trying to do now. We're trying to locate the bridge. If you want it to be in the correct relationship to this scale, then we have this simple rule that we follow. We measure from the 0 fret to the 12th fret, and then double that. So we take this measurement, so 0 to 12, there. That's where the saddle should be. So on mine, there. Right, now we're going to do that accurately. That was just kind of a demonstration to show you roughly what it looks like. Okay. Does that make sense as a kind of ballpark what we're trying to do? Okay. So before we do that, we're actually going to determine the center line of the instrument so that we get a straight measurement down this neck. So in a funny sense, the center of the body doesn't even really matter. It's not as important as the center line on the neck. So we're going to find the middle here, and we're going to find the middle here, and we're going to create a straight line, and that's just going to give us the center of the instrument. Then the next job we're going to do is do that 0 to 12, 12 to saddle measurement. And between those two things, we should end up with like an X. and the X would be where we're trying to locate our saddle. That makes sense? Right, 2 jobs. Center line first, and then 0 to 12. Right. There's all kinds of ways that you can find the center of a line, but the easiest, probably the easiest one, would be to just measure it and divide it in half. So on my one, the width of my fingerboard is about 26.5, 27. About 26, a little more than 26 millimeters. So if I divide that in half, I'll get a 13, a little over 13 and a bit. So if I measure 13 and a bit, oh no, sorry. There you go. Always measure twice, cut once. That is the carpentry rule. I'm glad I measured twice. Mine is not 26, it's 36.
That's what I was going to say. Mine's like 35.
Yeah. It's actually, if you take away the excess, yeah, it's probably closer to 35 than 36. Okay. 35. Yeah, so you divide that in half. 15, 16, 17, 17 and a half. So it should be about 17 and a half mil. Right. So that's the center line at the nut. If we measure here, 10, 20, 30, 40. I get about 48 millimeters at the end.
Sorry, Mark, is it the end or the 12th fret?
So I'm just measuring, I'm trying to find the center line. So we're not doing the 12th fret thing yet. So we're just trying to find the center of the neck. The straight line down the middle of the neck. So
okay, so we're going to the end of the neck.
The end of the fingerboard here.
Okay.
Yeah, the bottom of the fingerboard. Okay, so 10, 20, 30, 40, 5, 6, 7. So I'm measuring about 47, 48 mil, something like that. So 48 mil would be like 24. So if I find the 24 mil, draw a line, I'll mark the spot. So pencil can be sanded off, no problem. So we've got a mark in the center here, about 24 mil. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a straight edge. You can get anything long and straight. And I'm going to line up the mark I had at the nut and the mark I had at the bottom of the fingerboard. And in theory, that should give me a straight line. And where I'm looking to use this information is down here. So down on the body. What I'm going to do is just a very gentle pencil mark. Very faint. Now, even if it's not particularly faint, you can still sand it away. It's not a big deal. But, you know, don't gouge a line, because this is all going to be visible. But we want some kind of faint pencil mark. Okay, yeah, that's okay. So so that's what I ended up with. See that pencil mark there? That pencil mark. Right, that's just giving me the center line on the instrument now. So when you're done on that, give me a shout. I brought supplies in for the long haul. Here it comes. Okay, so how are you guys getting on with that one?
Yeah, I don't have a straight edge long enough to go from top to bottom. I'm gonna have to busk it.
But basically anything that is like long and straight. Doesn't have to be a ruler or anything like that. Anything that's about, like, can't even get in shot. Anything that's about that long and straight.
You'd be glad to know that I halved my fretboard at 4 different points on the way down, very, very deliberately with the ruler, and they don't line up. So I'll just take a while longer here.
No worries.
It's the same here.
Terrifying.
This is all over the shop. This is not helped by the fact that the back of the ukulele isn't actually flat and it keeps wobbling around. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you can stick it on a little, towel or something like that, I can kind of give it a bit more grip.
Plus, my fretboard is still moving around like it's on a skating rink.
Would it help then?
Sorry, it's my problem. Don't worry about it. I'll just carry on.
Did you get anything except the G clamp? Did you get like any other kind of clamps? Like the
No. The man at the shop gave me that, so I walked out, said thanks very much.
Right. Or I'm trying to think of household items. Have you got rubber bands?
No. Seriously.
Fair enough.
Seriously, don't worry about it. No, it slipped all the way down again. Bugger. Man, this is just... it slipped a whole ½ inch.
Right. Do you want to try and lift it off and scrape a lot of that Gorilla Glue off? Because I don't think even Gorilla Glue should
No,
be...
it's not. It's not. Okay, hang on. I think I probably said that I just used too much of it. I don't think it's supposed to use Gorilla Glue the way you use wood glue.
Yeah. Okay.
And the glue is saying, stop.
But it's still like moving around, yeah?
Yeah, but the thing is, if I take it off, where I am with it is, the glue is now so tacky that I don't think a touch is going to stick to like that, you know? So I kind of have to let nature take its course.
Right.
A little bit. So I'm pressing as much as I can to try and get as much of the glue out. But it's still doing its turbulent dean around the neck, you know?
Okay. So you might want to... You had that G-clamp, yeah?
Yeah.
The G-clamp could help with that. So if you put the...
The fingers are just stick together.
So your clamp, it doesn't have to be like crazy tight or strong or anything.
Yeah.
It's really just to hold it in place. But yeah, probably the best way to do this would be to put the wobbly one on the fingerboard.
This
the
piece
one that's
here?
adjustable. Basically, one is adjustable, one is not. So put the adjustable one on the fingerboard.
Right.
And that's where you're looking to end up, right? So you're going to put the fixed one on the back of the neck and start from there. So the fixed one is on the neck, and you just tighten the adjustable one until it makes contact with the fingerboard, and then maybe give it like one twist. Not enough that it'll like move. You don't want it to go all ice skatey on you, but just enough to kind of hold it in place that it's not going to go anywhere. I might just leave that there for a good while.
Now look, I've basically got a personality issue that I want to share with the class. I'm just too impatient. That's my problem. I really haven't got time for this shit, and I love it deeply, but honestly, it drives me mad. I don't have the temperament to say yes. Let's like I watch Bob painting on TV, and I go, for God's sake, hurry up, finish the painting. You know, I haven't got all night.
That's fair enough.
Now you're making a happy little uke.
He'll keep me up to speed, so yeah, so there'd be a risk of kind of wasting your time if we did a measurement now and your fingerboard's moving. So I'd say just lock that one in with the clamp. Then do your measurement. So it doesn't even have to be like necessarily a measurement from the top. That's just ideal. And it's ideal if you've like a big long straight edge. You could do a measurement like here and do another one somewhere like here. And as long as it's the center in both of those points, that's still going to give you a pretty good center line. So if you've got a ruler even that long, like a little normal 12-inch ruler would cover that space, no problem. So you can do that one. And again, if you got glue in your fingers, take a deep breath Stick a paper towel to your hands, I guess.
All my breaths are deep.
Alright. So in theory we've got some kind of a center line. So map that out. Another way to do it is just use a bit of tape. So when you've got a bit of tape, just kind of, and you do get a measurement, just stick a bit of tape down there. Right, so that gives us this center line here. Now what we're looking to do next is that 0 to 12 measurement. So we take some kind of a ruler and we measure the distance from the very top of the fingerboard, or very, I guess, bottom of the fingerboard, and we measure how far it is all the way up to the 12th fret. Now the 12th fret is pretty distinctive. See these two dots here? The one that has double dots, that is your 12th fret. Now the 12th fret wire is the one that's farther up than that. So farther up this direction. The one above it. So let me do a close-up. And that's the 12th fret wire. Okay, it's the one farther up from the double dots. Right, so that's what we're going to measure. We're going to measure from the 0 fret to the 12th fret. Okay, so on mine that gives me, again I'm using my center line, or trying to use it. That gives me just shy of 19 centimeters. So 189 mil.
And are you measuring to the fret side or the body side of the piece of wire?
Good point. In this instance, we are actually measuring to the middle of the wire because we're doing theory. Okay, so this is going from the 0 fret all the way up to the very middle of that wire, the center point of that wire. Okay, and if I go to the middle of that one, I actually end up with 19 centimeters. So 190 millimeters. Okay, that's a nice easy measurement. 190 mil. So I'm going to measure from the 12th fret farther down. And I'm going to measure 190 mil. So if I do that, and I mark it off, I can do that multiple times, and that will give me multiple measurements of 190. And that will enable me to draw a straight line. Okay, so I did it at 3 different points, and now I have 3 different dots here. And that enables me to draw a straight line. So, there. That's what I was looking for. I now have a center line, and I have the measurement at 190 mil. So I don't know how visible that is in that light. It's pretty direct light. Let me just see if I can. It's not the most visible thing in the world, but you can kind of see it there. So that's what I'm trying to get. Horizontal line across the body, 190 mil up from the 12th fret, and that is going to be the ideal placement for our saddle. Our saddle being this white thing. So we want that white saddle to line up with that line. Ugh. Okay, we want it to be in line with that. But of course it has to sit into this. So it's a bit of a big ask, but we're gonna put our saddle into the bridge like so. And then we're going to try to line it up so that that white line is in line with our pencil line. Right, so that's how you locate your bridge. And once we've done that, well, I suppose another thing you could do would be to find the center point on your saddle, just so you can line that up this direction, because you want to get it on the center line, if that makes sense. You don't want it too far this way, you don't want it too far this way, you want to kind of get it in the middle. So if you have a mark on your saddle that's in the center, so I just divided that guy in half and marked a little pencil line. That's just for getting it in line with the center line of the instrument. So in theory, that's perfect placement for my saddle and my bridge. Okay. So any questions on that placement? I know that's like a lot of lines and measurements. What do you think? Neve, did you get that okay?
It makes perfect sense. I will consult the notes later. I'm not touching this till everything dries. I've made my peace with it. I'll take my time. You know, but no, in theory, those measurements sound spot on.
Okay, so there is no rush on. There's no rush on this. Like personally, I think there's no rush even on the build. Like, if you did like a lot of sitting in as we finish out the build, that's pretty much as good as doing it hands-on while it's happening. If you like want to take time and do it at a slower pace, that's fine. If you need time for stuff to dry, like for example, you mentioned staining. Like there's a whole, I hadn't really factored in staining to the build. I have it in the notes, I have it covered like if people want to do it, but I hadn't really factored it into my build. And that would take time, like that would take time to dry and everything. But if people want to do that, like, yeah, do it. Like, don't just try to like keep up with what I'm doing, because I'm only doing the basic build here. I'm not doing like a super elaborate one. Okay. So we have located, in theory, our saddle and our bridge. Change of angle. So, how are you getting on? Do you want to take a break? Tea break, pee break, food break, all of the above?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So remember I said I have that cigar box thing. So the cigar box feels like it's cardboard.
Yep.
It is. So can I just use the Elmer's glue or something like that?
Yeah, I assume. Is it like? Is it one that? Actually, is that kit that you got like a build your own kit, or is it like already assembled?
Yeah, it's pretty much all already assembled. The only thing that's not on there is the saddle.
Right. So what we just did there would be what you're looking for. So, looking to place the saddle. Yeah, you have what's called a floating bridge. It's the same thing as you find on banjoleles.
Right, yes.
So,
I don't have
you want to
do
measure from the nut. Let me just change angle so you can see again.
Okay.
So you want to measure from the nut, from this part here, the very tip of the fingerboard, or the very tip of the nut, the kind of this side of the nut. You want to measure from there to the center of the 12th fret. When I say center, I mean the center of the wire. So the 12th fret wire.
Right.
Oh.
Whoa.
Very floating bridge. So this wire here.
Okay.
And when I did it on this one, it gave me 190 millimeters. So from there to there was 190. So what I do is I measure exactly the same distance, 190 to here. And I marked out a line.
Okay.
That's where I want my saddle to be.
Okay.
And that's where you want your saddle to be. Now, if your model is exactly the same as mine, I know that on the underside of that saddle there's two little teeth. So two little pokey teeth. So what you want to do is, after you've marked that line up the saddle, and then just dump, 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 give it a little tap and let those teeth sink into the cardboard. So it'll stay there.
Oh, you're right. There's little teeth.
Good stuff. Okay.
So I don't have to glue.
Nope.
Got it.
They should be there already, basically. All right.
Thanks.
No problem. So, yeah, we've located our bridge. So what we're going to do is mark that out. And the basic idea would be to outline this with pencil. Right. When it's in place, we'll outline that so that it leaves an outline. Actually, there's lots of different ways to do this, but we're looking to end up with a tape in the shape of our saddle. Sorry, in the shape of our bridge. So that when we clear coat this, when we spray it with spray paint, we don't get any spray paint here. Because we want that wood to be bare. The reason being that we want it to be bare is that we're going to glue the bridge down. And when we glue the bridge down, we want wood on wood. Not wood on clear coat. Because wood on clear coat is going to, guess what? Pop off. It's going to tear away. And if it tears away, it's probably going to take some of this wood fiber with it, and you'll end up with ripped fibers. And it'll be a visible repair that you'll have to do. So it's worth taking the time to just cut out a piece of tape that's the shape of your bridge. Put that down before you do any spraying. Okay. So, yeah. I don't know about you guys, but I could do it a tea break / pee break / food break.
Sounds like an excellent idea.
Okay. Take a deep breath, Gary. Center yourself, as well as your center line. Thanks for your patience, by the way. All right, so we're back in what, like 15 minutes? Good stuff.
Gary, just to let
Hello.
you know, it's not going as swimmingly over here as you would think either. I did all my measuring. I was so perfect. I was so like precise with all of it. And then as soon as I'd done it, I realized that my fretboard had slipped down the neck by about, I don't know, that much. Yeah. So all of my measurements. But I did find that a good old eraser takes all the pencil marks out very quickly.
I'm looking at the line that I drew by my calculations, that is for the center of the bridge. And it is, even by eye, it's 1.5 inches to the left of where it should be. Do you know what I mean? It's because I don't have a straight edge long enough that goes from there to there. So I kind of go, I go halfway, go back 2 inches, go halfway, go back, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah,
I think the next time I'm doing this, what I'd do is I'd glue all the parts first, leave them dry, and then do anything else. In fact, I'm just looking at it here. Like, let me show you. So I've now discovered that this can either be flush to the body, or this can be flush up here.
But not
I don't know
both.
if I put my finger behind it. Can you see the gap behind that? Like it's just, yeah.
Oh, I have a gap as well. Look.
Yeah.
No, it's not as spectacular as yours.
Yeah.
But there is.
I tried to fill it in with a bit of glue, and I'm kind of pressing it down, but it's yeah.
But in fairness, have you ever got to get your fingers that high up at a fretboard? Come on, do you know?
Oh, I do actually. I do. Although with one this size, chances are the tuning up high on it is going to be so awful. You go nowhere near. You'd be sticking to open strings for everything. Mark has a very handy. I don't know if he has a video of it. I'm sure he does, of how to learn to go up the fretboard. He kind of.
I'm sure he does.
There's a brilliant system that you can use for guitar called CAGED, the caged system. And what it does is it hooks all of the different guitar finger shapes together so that you can actually say play C and then go up to the next C and then up to the next C and up to the next C. And so you'd see that a lot of guitarists use that.
So hold the shapes all the way up.
That's it. Mark has adapted it for ukulele. So it's actually a CAGFD system. And that's, hang on, I'll just take a different ukulele. That's because the different finger shapes you can use with or without a finger on here, a bar, are your C shape, C, A, G, F, and D. And when you use all those shapes, like, so basically, I mean, I'm not going to be able to explain it well, but it's basically a map of the neck of the guitar. So you always know where you're going on it. So if you start off with a C there and you're playing your C, and the next one is you use this as your bass because that's a C. You know that's a C. And then you use a different chord shape, which would be the A chord shape, which you'd usually do down there. But you bring it up so that you're making sure that your bar is on the C shape. And then that's also a C. So you're going from C to C with your A shape. And then the next one to do is a G shape. And your G shape would be like, if you were doing it as a G, I'll just do it with those fingers so you can see. And then you're sliding that up. But basically, you can slide it all the way up the neck. And it gives you a kind of a good idea where to find things. And it means like if you even just learn how to do 3 C's one after another on the way up the neck, you can finish a song and then play a different C and then play a different C. And it looks so great. It looks like you know so much more than anybody else, but it's really just a little trick that's quite easy to learn. So
thanks
for that.
Neem, I'm sorry, Neemith. So I don't know how to say your name.
Neve.
So are you saying when you do that G shape, you also do a bar?
Yeah. So if you're doing a G
where would the bar
there,
be?
So what happens is there's your G.
Right.
Sorry, I need to tune this actually. And then if you want to do G sharp, you're moving your G. So that's just those 3 up there. And you're putting the bar on the 1st fret. Now you'll notice that with a G, there's a gap between. So if you just play a normal G, there's a gap. So there's an empty fret. So you always want to make sure to leave your empty frets. But if you go from a G to a G sharp, leave your empty fret and then you bar the 1st, you get, sorry, I do need to tune it badly, but basically you're doing that. And then you've got your G sharp, there's your A sharp, and it all moves up the neck just.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's cool.
Oh, you're welcome. Mark, I see you're back there. And just to clue you in on one of the issues I'm still having here.
Yep.
So when for a start, I measured everything perfectly, absolutely perfectly, couldn't fault it. But then I realized afterwards that my fretboard had slipped down the neck. So I measured completely in the wrong place. Now I've tried to glue it back on. The problem I'm having is that the neck will either stay attached to the body or the fretboard will stay attached to the body, not both at the same time. So obviously it's more important to have the neck attached to the body. And I'm trying to kind of fill in under this a bit with under the end of the fretboard with glue, but it's not like I actually could slide something in between the two.
Right. So this would come from two things. There might be a little bit kind of uneven. Do you remember when I said that in theory the neck and the soundboard should be just level when we put them together? Yeah,
they're not quite.
Not quite. So there was a little bit of a bump, and that would have meant that when you put the fingerboard on, that bump kind of just like held the fingerboard up a little high. So yeah, if you were doing it again and you're spending a lot of time on it, you would sand that flush so that you're really happy with it. And I
didn't realise it wasn't flush. Yeah.
I should have made a bigger deal out of it. I just didn't because mine was actually pretty level, but I know that most people's might not have been. So sorry about that. But yeah,
that's all right. It's still our test tube, remember?
It is indeed. No apologies. So yeah, there's a little bit of a gap on mine too, on that side. You just about see it there. Yeah, so mine's lifted on one side and not the other. So hey,
joy.
It's delightful. It's always fun and games making a uke. So, if you had like lots of time and everything, you could just like wrap that up so that or clamp it up so that it's completely still.
Oh, great!
What happened, Gary?
In the act of putting this clamp on the fretboard, it shifted up about 2 mil, and now this won't fit in.
Oh, that's fine.
In the gap,
so there's a little bit of excess anyway. The nut doesn't necessarily have to have a completely flush underneath.
Oh, really? Oh, cool.
Yeah, so that's okay.
It's a forgiving piece.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. And you can actually, if you've got any kind of, don't know if you have a chisel lying around, but you can actually make a little bit of a groove if you need to.
Do I have a chisel lying around? God bless you. I actually went shopping for a chisel. They didn't have one, so.
I need to have a word.
I live around the corner from the worst hardware store in the world.
I can tell.
No, we don't have a booklet. Here, use this.
I like some cement. The best I can do is water.
Yeah, it's that kind of thing, you know. Lots of tooth sucking. Yeah. No, you don't want that.
Oh, God. Fun and games. Right. So, yeah, we we did our best anyway at gluing the fingerboard onto the neck and the body. I suppose we should probably have another pass at measuring just to see. Given that we have some slippery fingerboards floating around.
Suppose we're going back to measure from scratch.
Fair enough. It's had like a 15-minute rest, so it might be more inclined to stay where it is now.
It's not.
No.
This is solid now. This is going nowhere. We're grand, you know.
I think yours is like it was the most flexible, slippy one, and then eventually you could probably use it as a baseball bat by the time it's done. What's the name of the kitty?
Her name is Sweetie Pie, and usually when I'm taking my uke class, she'll come and sit right on my knees.
That's very cute.
Yeah.
I'm kind of amazed that none of them have insisted on coming in here yet. They normally shout here, and our two got neutered, not yesterday or the day before yesterday. So they're both in super high maintenance mode. They're very demanding. And we have to keep them in separate rooms because like the first thing they did when we opened the gates is they just tried to beat the shit out of each other, and they're all like stitches and stuff. So we now have the situation of two cats who can't be in the same room, but both insist on being in a room with someone. Anyway, enough cat drama. So we, in theory, found the center line. If not on the fingerboard, then some kind of center line for the body. So if you're having a lot of trouble with finding the center line on the fingerboard, you can do worse than just finding it on the body. So literally just measuring across the body and dividing it in half. Not ideal, it's not as accurate as the neckline, but it'll do. In a pinch. That was like covert suggestion for Gary and Neve. Okay. Right, so in theory we should have our center line down the middle of the instrument, and we should have our horizontal line. The horizontal line being the measurement from 0 to 12 and from 12 to saddle. So 0 fret to the 12th fret, 12th fret to the saddle. That gives us our ideal positioning for our saddle. Some people do actually compensate. Bit of a controversial subject here, but some people do compensate by going a mill or two farther to compensate for the action, the vertical action on the saddle. And how that's, because we are dealing with strings here that are being held down, so there is that axis as well. But that's an argument for a much more detailed
Right, Mark, just another stupid question from the corner of Dunsosity. Measuring from top of fretboard to 12th, is it on the 12th, on the wire to 12th we're measuring to?
Yeah, you go from 0 to the fret wire of the 12th. So, see the two dots?
Yeah.
That brown space is called the 12th fret.
Yeah.
But the actual wire is the one farther beyond it.
Below. Okay, cool.
So this side.
I'm all over that. It's 19, right, give or take. 190.
Yeah, I ended up at 19 centimeters. Okay. So yeah, that should give us where our saddle should end up.
So 3 and 19 is 22.
Yeah. Right, so the bottom of my saddle is a little rough. It's got a bit of chip out. Feels a little uneven, to be honest. So I'll show you a trick for flat sanding. If you have a flat surface, you can use it to your advantage. So what I'm going to do is tape down a bit of sandpaper on my desk and then rub something on it. It's a very easy way to flatten something. So you don't even have to necessarily tape it down. I'm just being a stickler. So let's see, can I find a good bit of sandpaper? It's probably roughly the correct grit.
Can I ask, does somebody have the radio on? Because it's hard to hear him speaking.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, so easy way to do this: tape and tape. Try to get it flat first. That makes sense? Sandpaper. So then you tape the thing you're trying to flatten. I'm trying to flatten the bottom of my bridge, not the top. the bottom, just to make it nice and smooth so it has a good contact with the soundboard. So I take it here and I push everything off my desk. Okay, so I take it there and just rock it. And that was all it took. I had some rough edges that were making it kind of, it was sort of rocking around on the soundboard. It didn't feel very, very kind of stable. Yeah. So,
I thought mine was fine, but I've just realized it actually has a curve in the middle of it, so I better do the same.
yeah, that's what I'm looking at here. Yeah, so you saw how much I sanded there, and there's quite a bit of residue there, so I did take something off, but you can see there's still, this wasn't affected, this wasn't affected. So a few parts weren't touched by that sanding, which means it's uneven. So I want to even this out. Again, if you don't want to bother doing this, it's grand. It's not a big deal. It's just me being particular. But yeah, it's a good thing to know how to do. Right. So seeing all kinds of rough bits now. Once you start, slip. Remember that bit in Father Ted, Neve, when you had the car?
Oh, just one
ding. There's a ding in the car.
Yeah.
And then it cuts back to him and the entire car is destroyed with tiny little dings that he was trying to get the ding out of. Yeah. That. So I could be here all day trying to perfect this bridge. Right, for me that's pretty smooth now. You don't necessarily want like silky smooth. You want this to be a little bit rough, so there's some of that fibre is going to attach to the other fibre. So we want the wood to grab wood. So I would get rid of some of this dust. If you've got any kind of a cloth or a rag, getting rid of that sanded dust is a good idea. Just to get rid of that. No big deal. Right, now we've got an even bottomed bridge. I should probably lift this sandpaper rather than sand the back of my uke by accident. I don't want to have one sanded square. Right. Get rid of that. Alright, we got a bridge. Wow, I'm definitely getting a rock in this.
Yeah, mine is still rocking. Oh, sorry.
Weird.
Could it be the body? Could it be the bodies on maybe?
Well, we'll find out. Alright, let's check this. Seeing a little bit of a belly. Not, I don't think enough to cause that kind of a problem, though. Yeah, a bit of a belly. It's a bit strange. I'm gonna check with this. Like, yeah, a bit of a rock. Straight across. Almost. I don't think it accounts for that much of a rock, though. That's significant. Right, that could be a problem. Right, I'm going to try another bit of sandpaper. I'm going to try to fix this. And let's see if I can make it better. So given that this is somewhat of a new build, or at least I would consider that. I'd consider it to be that. Because they've made some changes. Not all of them good. Some of them good. Some of them not. So I'm flattening out the sandpaper.
This has got to be a pandemic defining moment. There's 9 of us in the room watching a guy sanding a piece of wood, and we're being delighted to see it happen.
Hey, it's better than another fucking quiz.
Oh, Mark, I have to pop out for a few minutes. I'm the Yugo Vision thing. We're meeting now, so I'll be back in a few.
No worries. Talk to you in a bit. Have a good one. So, yeah. So, do any of you guys have that kind of bit of a belly on the bottom of the bridge? Like, does it kind of, is it a little bit of a hill at the bottom of the bridge?
Mine is spot on.
Okay.
Mine does, and it still does.
Right. You might just have to give it a good old sand on a flat surface. Take it down. So, how are we getting on now? That is weird. That is really, really weird. So, yeah. See that rock? There. Kind of see daylight coming between. So that's not good. That's supposed to be flat.
Grand, I'm with you for another half an hour.
No worries. You get to watch me sound for half an hour.
Make it count.
I'm kidding. This is not going to take half an hour. So we should be a bit better. Alright, it's probably close enough on this. Yeah, I mean, if I had lots of time, if it wasn't a thing, I would spend more time on it. But yeah, give it a good sand. Doesn't matter if it's smooth. You're not going for smooth here. You're just looking to get even. So you just want it to get level. I've taken a bit off on this guy. I'll tell you what, I might just do one more. Right, so remember I talked about sand grits earlier? Sandpaper grits. European ones. P1000. So P1000 would be for like very...
P10,000 you're on.
Sorry, 10,000, sorry, yeah. That's for like, that feels like sugar paper. That's for like really, really fine sanding. And it goes with different grits, 900, 1,000, 800, 400. So 400 would be for polishing, technically speaking, but it's pretty rough. So I'm going to take something off the bottom of this specker. I hope you're watching AliExpress. You're losing a star over this rating. and have a curved bridge. Alright, how are we looking? That is a lot better. Okay. So I would not lose any sleep over putting this one on now. Right. Cool. Give it a wipe down. Get rid of the sawdust. There you go. So, in theory, the bridge is flat. And what next? So, we're going to look at our notes. Yeah, so I explained all that stuff already. Yep. We didn't necessarily do everything in this exact order, but this is, yeah, this is what we've done. So we've been determining the saddle position. 12th. Yeah. Right, so this is what we're looking to do now, is to tape off the area that the bridge will go. Forgot my tea. Fuel for Irish people. We're fueled on tea. Okay. So yeah, you can do it a bunch of different ways. I'll tell you what, I'll show you the way that I used it in the other video. This was sort of an experiment for me. I didn't used to do it this way, but it worked well. What I'm doing is take a bit of painter's tape, place it on a surface that you don't mind cutting into, that won't get damaged. You can use a cardboard box if you like, you can use anything. Take your bridge, place it over the tape, and then cut it out. So you can either, if you want, you can draw a line and then do it by hand. So draw with a pencil, an outline. Like so. Or you can literally just do it with the blade and cut it out this way. Right. Either one will work. Ha! Maybe not. Serves me right for using an old blade. I know better than that. Gary, you worked in like live television, didn't you?
Yep.
So you're familiar with like everything that could possibly go wrong will go wrong as soon
Oh,
as
go
it's
wrong
live.
twice. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So just cut out the outline of this on tape. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Why is this the most uncooperative piece of tape on earth?
I know, yeah.
Don't they call that Murphy's Law?
Yep.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. It's odds law.
If it can go wrong, it will go wrong.
Are Are you guys in?
Are we in Ireland? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Sun-drenched Dublin,
Drenched, all right.
where the fun never stops.
Do I have to put some tape on my tape? I'm taping my tape together. Okay.
So when they actually make these ukes for us, is it all manufactured or the parts are made and somebody has to glue them together?
Each person in the assembly line does one very small task. One very small, very repetitive task.
Are these all made in China?
Yep. If you bought them for like less than $1,000, then they probably were. Although no, there's some in. I know there's some makers in the UK. I don't know how they sell them for this little, but some hand luthiers do sell them for around. I've seen some between £300 and £500 sterling, which is crazy for a handmade instrument. Like, but I have seen them for that little. But yeah, if it's coming from the Chinese factories, then each person generally is making playing a small part in an assembly line.
Small question.
Mm-hmm.
As you approach the gluing of this fabulously cut out piece of tape to the body of the uke, I've marked, if you like, the center of the bridge, comme ça, yeah?
Yep.
Now, does that mark go on the crisscross? Oh, sorry, I can't explain myself. I'm using the power of words.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Yeah.
I've done a sort of a center parting thing there.
Mm-hmm.
So does that mark go on the,
Yeah.
God, I can't.
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
You get me? Yep.
Yeah. So you're asking if you mark the center line on the saddle, does
Yes.
it go where these two lines meet?
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's what you're looking for.
Okay. But I have to eyeball the tape, really, don't I?
You have to eyeball a few things, yeah. Now you can mark it out, like, my guy had it.
Yeah, I marked it with mine on mine with pencil actually, because I thought, and now that I've found out that you can use a rubber just to take the mark straight away.
Okay.
So one of the things that I'm going to do here is I'm marking that center line, or remarking that center line on the saddle that I had.
Okay.
And then I'm going to pull the bridge away and just mark it there. So that's a way of me locating the saddle. So
I'm going to make a pig's ear of this, but you know what? Let's just do it.
Go for it.
I don't care anymore.
But this is what I mean about making, like, I wasn't joking when I said about making your piece with it going wrong.
Oh yeah.
Because when you
good.
make your piece with it going wrong, it's like it doesn't matter. It's great.
Yeah. My mother will still be impressed. I don't care.
Because I'm a sewer and we use, I forgot even what the word is. It's a type of material. And you do that first, and then you're supposed to make your good one out of that, like, trial. I'm wondering if people should have bought the real cheap one. Muched that one up and then made the better one.
Well, the thing is, the real cheap one has, like, worse parts. So it's got even more problems. So if you want give them a real baptism of fire and give them, like, the hardest build they'll ever have in their life, then give them the cheapest one.
Oh, it's a muslin for sours, if that helps the analogy.
Or you get a real cheap one and they draw it right there on there for you.
Right. So I've done out like just a rough estimation of where my saddle is, so that when I am placing it, that's going to be my guiding line. And okay. So what I was doing there, in case you're wondering, was on the piece of tape that is the kind of Batman logo, the outline of the bridge. Okay, so just to recap. Initially I cut out a piece of tape, right? Then I put my bridge on it and I cut the outline, which left me with a bridge shaped piece of tape. Right, that's great. Now, the other thing I did was I went, okay, I would kind of need to know where my saddle is within that bridge shape. So, because everything we've been measuring here on the body has been to do with the saddle. So I kind of need some kind of reference of the saddle on my bridge shaped piece of tape. So basically I put the bridge on, and with a pencil I marked the center point on the saddle, and then I removed the bridge and just marked on the tape. So I did a couple of different markings. Like I gave myself some points so I could see where the saddle is roughly on this piece of tape, so that when I'm lining it up here on the body to stick the tape on, that I'll line it up in the right place. I'll have a reference to the saddle. That was a lot of words, sorry. Hopefully it made sense. So we'll give it a shot. Let's see, here we go. Peeling it off. This is a risky one because it's torn. And I was too lazy to make a new piece of tape, which I totally should have done. Okay. So believe it or not, that is the piece of tape shaped like the bridge. Now you might be able to see on it, if I hold it correctly to the light. Right. Shaped like the bridge, and then on it, don't know if you can see, it's kind of tilted. Right, see the way there's a horizontal line drawn in pencil? Horizontal line drawn in pencil.
Yep.
That is basically the saddle. I marked out the saddle. So the reason I did that is that when I'm putting it on the body, which remember we have the line, we have a horizontal and vertical line, I'm going to try to line all that stuff up and then put it down. I'm using this line, using that pencil line, because all of our measurements were based around the saddle. No? Right. When we were marking this out, looking for that line, remember the line, the horizontal one? That was going to be an indicator of where our saddle should be. That plastic piece there. That's where that line is. Saddle. So when we put the saddle into the bridge, we still need to line everything up based off the saddle. So when this goes here, we're trying to line up the saddle with that line. Same thing here. When we line this piece of tape up, we're trying to line it up based off the saddle. So we need to know where the saddle is. This is only if you give a shit. Just to like clarify. This is not something to stress about or worry about.
I measured very carefully and I've stuck down, you can see a piece of tape to where I to. And if you have a look, you'll see it's completely uneven, not centered on the instrument, and not in the right place. So, this isn't as easy as you think.
In practice, though, if so there's our doofus, okay, and I'm going to take that to the backyard and spray the shit out of it with something, with clear coat or whatever, something, right? Yeah. So once that's done, and I take off the painter's tape, then there's a shape that says this is where this thing goes.
Yes, exactly.
And providing I've measured the saddle correctly with the pencil line, it should just slot in there, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. That's where we'll glue it.
Fine, okay. But I need to sand off these pencil lines before I spray anything, yeah?
Yeah, we will, yeah.
Okay.
So don't worry about the pencil lines, they're not a big deal.
Okay. But I want it to look pretty.
It will. Oh, we will get rid of them, like they'll be gone. Yeah, don't worry about pencil. Like pencil can be sanded off. No big deal at all. So yeah, like I know this is the really technical part, but this will play a pretty big role in whether or not the instrument sounds kind of pitchy. So it's probably the sort of the 2 minutes worth bothering about. If you're gonna bother about any part of it, the bridge placement is kind of a big one.
I stand chastened. Thank you. Pay attention. Yeah.
You're grand, guy. Don't worry about it.
I've gone the other direction and just readjusted mine by eye because all the measuring was a bit.
Yeah, like I mean, it hits a point where it's just like, fuck it, it's good enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's not going to be the end of the world if it's a bit off. So, what we were doing, just in case anybody is looking to understand that part, which I know is a very technical part. Yeah, we were trying to measure from the 12th fret to where this thing should go. And it would be here. That's why we drew that line. That's where we're trying to end up. Now, in order to get that, we're trying to do a couple of different things at the same time, really. We're trying to end up with our saddle there, but our saddle fits in our bridge. Now that makes it kind of hard to line everything up, because we don't just have the little saddle anymore. We have that big piece of wood blocking our vision. But you can probably eyeball it, like, it goes around there. And that's all well and good, but the thing is, we're not actually going to glue this down yet. We have to consider our paint job, and that's why we're doing this piece of tape. So what we're looking to do is to, when that's lined up like that, we're looking to take that away and put that tape down. So that when we do go and spray, dry everything up, peel that tape away, and we have bare wood in the exact shape of our bridge. And that way we can just glue our bridge on, and we don't have that dodgy bridge being glued onto clear coat, which has a tendency to just boing, pop off after 6 months. Yeah, and it's not a big deal of a repair, but nobody likes to hear their uke explode. You hear that ba-doing from the other room, you're like, what the hell was that? Something fell somewhere, and you walk in and it's just got strings dangling off it. You're like, oh god. Yeah, it's gross. But especially to people, if like people don't have any experience with this stuff, they always jump to the worst conclusion and go, my ukulele is dead, and then they seek revenge upon the person who wrongs them. But no, none of that's necessary. It's okay. You can just glue it back on. If it ever does happen, actually, rest assured it is a fairly simple fix. Re-gluing a bridge. Very, 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 very common. Probably the most common repair for a luthier. Alright, so now that I've held this out and pulled it on and off things so many times that it's lost all of its tack, I'm going to actually put it down. Or try to. Right, so what I'm trying to do here is put this piece of tape down so the saddle line that I've drawn on the piece of tape lines up with this line so that it's in place. Right, so I had the center line and the saddle line. Yeah, looks good. Looks good. Okay, so that should be it. I am totally going to regret not making a new piece of tape for this. But sure, there you go. You live and die by the sword. That's it. Yeah, so that's theoretically the same distance. It's equidistant from 0 fret to 12, 12 to saddle. So I'll give that a measurement and see, have I screwed up somewhere? It's always a good idea to find out beforehand. 19, spot on. Okay.
Well, I pop off for a while. I'm using a ribbon clamp, as you can see. So I'm going to leave a ribbon clamp on it for a while and see if it helps.
Anything works. Like, you can use a shoelace, a rubber band, anything. Even like plastic bags or something.
I have a rubber band. The rubber band that came with the ukulele kit is holding the top end.
Good stuff. Oh my god, I never even thought of that. That's a great idea. Okay. So, yeah, that is one of the hardest parts to get right, done. If you have a similar measurement from here at the top of the fingerboard to the 12th fret, going the same distance up to here and mark a line, or have it, or if the line the line that we marked for the saddle lines up with that measurement, that's the hardest part done.
Okay.
And if it's wrong, you'll probably be pretty much grand. Like, I mean, out of all the people who can probably hear the difference, you're talking like 10% of people are going to notice the difference. Yeah, like, pains me to say it, but it's true.
Mark?
Yeah?
So I just want clarification. So when you measure from the top nut, so it's kind of thick. So do we measure the top edge of the nut or the right in the middle?
Good question. No, the very edge. So, see the way. Okay, that's the back side of the nut, and see the way that's curved. So the curved side is the back. We measure from the part that's not curved. So
gotcha.
Did it go in the coffee? Okay.
Anyone want a nut? I could do with a lot less nut in my tea. Alright, I'm going to dry off the nut.
You want to add flavor to your tea?
Yeah. I've heard of like nut milk, like almond nut milk, but not ukulele nut milk. Okay. So when you put the nut on the uke, one side is curved and one side is not. It's like sharp.
Right.
So the sharp side goes against the fingerboard and the curved side is towards the headstock.
Okay, that makes sense.
Right? Now you measure from this side of the nut, the sharp side, because that's basically where the string makes contact with the nut. It doesn't make contact back there. It should make contact right at the front.
Okay.
And you measure from there to the 12th fret and from the 12th fret to the line here on the tape.
Now when you say 12th fret, you mean the middle of the 12th fret?
I mean the middle of the wire here.
Oh, the wire. Okay. At the bottom part.
The middle of that wire. Okay. And when I say the wire, I mean the one that is beyond the two dots.
Uh-huh. Okay.
That's it.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Right, so we have it taped. That is genuinely one of the hardest parts. It's a head wreck. So, well done if you got this far. Okay, we're going to take a look at the notes. Yep, that's all the stuff about the knot. Yeah, right, so in the notes I have, if there's any gaps that you're not happy with, fill them with glue now. So have a look if there's any gaps. On mine, I can see a gap between the fingerboard and the body on this side. And I can see it there. There's also a bit of a gap. And basically, they're not going to go anywhere. They're going to be there if you clear coat it now. So what we're going to do is glue fill any holes. So have a look all over all the joints and just fill in any holes with glue. Bearing in mind that wood glue, it kind of contracts as it dries, so you can be kind of a little bit generous with it. But maybe not Gorilla Glue.
We'll see.
Exactly. I guess I'll find out as well. I'll have an answer for it next time. And just in case you want to go back to that hardware store and call your man a bollocks, guess what?
I have every intention of doing so.
Guess what brand of wood glue I'm using?
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh man.
You couldn't write it. All right, it's looking okay. And Gary, I swear, it's like a lot less frustrating when you're not using the Gorilla Glue.
No, I have every assurance that's the case. I mean, it's just going everywhere. Like, it's not even going into the cracks. It's just spreading around the entire instrument. You know, I'd be sanding for a week.
Yeah. So, like, what grit sandpaper do you have?
No idea. I got 4 of these sand blocks from Deals. You know, so it's from rough down to, I wouldn't say ultra fine, because I've not them on the floor. But
Yeah, that's
rough
good.
down to, you know, fine-ish.
Yeah. So don't be worried about starting too rough. Then, if you've got loads of glue, you may as well just grab the rough.
Yeah.
And get rid of the glue when it's dry. So you might want to, I'd say your plan, if you're still having like wet glue and it is taking a long time, just be like, right, that's all we're gonna
Well, where
do.
I am, it's like what I did like now an hour and a half ago is still tacky to the touch. Do you know what I mean? So I reckon it's going to be tomorrow morning before I can confidently start attacking
Yeah.
this, you know.
Yeah.
But I'm fine with that. You know, I'd
Okay.
rather it settled than me go something and wind up
Yeah.
with
Start
5
too
stamp
quick.
blocks stuck to the actual instrument.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, sounds like a good idea. So I might do the clear coat tonight. Now
What's this saying now? Hold on. Touch drying 20 minutes, hard drying 24 hours. Recoat after 30 minutes. Okay.
So you got a clear coat spray can, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, are you supposed to sand in between each coat, or?
Well, for like ideal results, yeah, but like not necessarily. Not for what we're going for, really. What you're looking for here is definitely the priority is less is more.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's so bloody easy to do too much clear coat. Like, it's really, 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 really tempting. Like, you see one little spot that you missed, and you go, I could get that. No, you can't. It's resisting that urge of going, I missed a bit. I could just go, whoosh. Because you end up going, whoosh, oh, I missed a bit. Oh, I missed a bit. Oh, I missed a bit. And now I've ruined it. And it's very easy to do that. So basically, you just be very, very sparing. And it's easier to do a bunch of coats spread out over even an hour, half an hour, 20 minutes, than it is to try to do one kind of quickly that's a little bit thick. It runs. Basically, this stuff is a pain in the arse. Two things happen. One, you get drips. So you get like tear drips that come down, and then you end up sanding those bloody things for ages. They're like quite annoying to get rid of. The other thing is, if you do too much, you get this thing called orange peel. And you know the coat of an orange? You know the way it's all dimply and crackly? You get that across a shiny surface. Those are the two things that happen when you put too much on. And
so little and often.
Yes, exactly. It's like one of those things of like, how do you know you've gone too far? It's like, well, basically it's
got too far.
Yeah. You see those two problems and you go, shit, I did too much. Yeah, so it's. And
do you include the fretboard in that, or do you cover the fretboard up?
No, that's what I'm going to do now. So
okay, sorry.
No, it's grand. Basically, we tape off the fingerboard.
Okay.
So we tape that off, and we tape off anything that we don't want to get clear coated. So yeah, that's it. That's why we taped this off, and we will tape this off. And everything else needs a clear coat, so we're all good. I may as well do it now, actually. So we are collectively waiting for our glue to dry. Hang on. I'm kind of happy enough with that to an extent. Something that you might want to do would be, before you clear coat, would be sand away some of this glue residue. So on my one, mine's still a little bit wet because I've just re-glued some parts. But see the way here where there's a joint, you can see a slightly different colour around the edge. And it's a bit kind of smeared and a bit gross there. And there's still white glue there that's drying, but it's spilled out. Because I was basically really liberal with it, and all around here I used loads of glue. So you can see it's a different colour. I would get rid of all that by sanding. What I've got on the videos, hopefully it'll be some interest. I know you've actually already done a good bit of this, so we'll just move through it quickly. Yeah, so basically, initially I had taped up here, and I had left the sides exposed because I was just going to do a basic clear coat, and I wanted the clear coat to go all the way up to the wood. But I later changed my mind. Right, so that's just trimming it. I had touched up the glue. Yeah, blah blah blah. Right, that's me talking about using 400 and then 800 grit sandpaper.
Fucking sandpaper, dude. If I'd known, I would have said, "Can you give me a sheet of X, Y, Z?" But I just said sandpaper.
Yeah,
and then
like
sanding blocks.
Yeah, so
Actually,
like
the blocks aren't bad.
Used
They're
here.
not bad, actually.
The ones that, like, if you get one of the packs in deals and stuff,
that's where I got
usually,
it. That's where I got them. Yeah.
And what kind of grits were in it?
I didn't get a pack of sandpaper. I just got the blocks. I thought if I had the blocks, I don't need sandpaper. You know.
Right. Okay.
I should have got both in retrospect. You know.
That's grand. So yeah, like if right. Yeah, so the thing that you would do would be the thing that I most needed kind of heavy sandpaper for, like rough stuff, was this, where my fingerboard joined my neck. That was the only part that I used the really rough stuff on.
Yeah.
So I used like 320 grit, I think. And yeah, I was able to sand it smooth. So there's no kind of feeling, no difference between those two pieces.
I hear you, yeah.
Right. And then I went down in various, went, I suppose, up in various grits to smoothen it all out. And that's the thing, I'm kind of raging about what I've done to it, because if you look at it last night, it was looking fucking great.
Yeah.
It was like dead smooth.
Nice and smooth, yeah.
Yeah, it was lovely. So I ended up having it finished fairly well. That was me going back for more because I'm a dope.
But how long did that sanding process take? When is enough?
While,
enough?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
The thing is, with sanding, there is no end.
Yeah, okay.
It's just when you choose to end it.
All right.
So if you're looking for something that's a matte finish, like if you don't mind, if you can kind of feel it as you're going, then just go with what's there. Like it's basically already at that level. If you kind of want it a little bit smooth, even the 400 grit just gone once over the thing was really good.
Okay.
It was quite good. I just kind of get weirdly curious as to like how smooth can I get this thing, without spending a whole bloody day at it.
Okay.
I ended up doing a weird thing called damp sanding. Now I've experience with dry sanding and with wet sanding, but not damp sanding. So I'd heard about it or seen it in a video, and was like, I'll give this a go and see if your man's full of shite or not. And basically, it was you get a damp rag, like a wet rag, and you just rub it all over after you sanded it. And not only does this basically pick up all the dust that's kind of going to fall away anyway, it lifts all the fibers up. So all those fibers that have been pushed down by the sanding get lifted up. So they kind of like show their head again, and then you basically get them on a second go. And I remember going like, is that really a big deal? And I used this one as a trial, as like a little test to try it out. And I was like, it's bloody great. It came out like a pool cue after I'd done it.
Really?
Yeah, it was really smooth. So it didn't take very long. I spent probably an hour or two at it, but I spent bloody ages at everything. But I spent an hour or two at it and got it done pretty good. So yeah, that was just cleaning up all those glue areas then. That's me doing the wet sanding.
But the wood glue you were using, that sanded off, did it? That sanded down at least.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, it does go into the wood a little bit, so I had to go down just a little bit to get rid of it. And to be honest, if I was making a uke for myself, I might go all the way to get rid of it, but I wasn't really arsed. So you can still see it. You can still see it at the neck joint there.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's me talking shite about getting it smooth. Right. That's the first one done. So that's the gist of that. Let me just bring up the second one. Okay, so can you see that, or is it not shared?
Not shared yet, no.
Okay. Share.
You have our taped.
Right, so on this one, because I decided to change strategy, instead of just clear coating it, I decided to do loads of paint.
Okay.
I taped up the sides of the fingerboard because I wanted that to appear as wood.
Okay.
Rather than paint. That make sense?
Yeah, so this is post your decision to go all the NR on its ass. Yeah, all right.
Exactly. I also taped up here at the top the nut, where the nut's going to go, because I didn't really want paint there. And I taped the end of the fingerboard because I didn't really want paint there. So just around the edges, basically. I want to try to keep that dark wood looking like dark wood. Everything else was going to get blasted with paint.
Okay.
Yeah, so from there, right, this is the method for spray painting left to right. Trying to not overlap that much and trying to resist the urge to overspray.
Yeah.
I was kind of kicking myself because this white spray paint, I'd actually used it on another project. So there was only about 2/3 of a can, and I ended up kind of running out just near the end.
Okay.
So
it's tempting when you miss a spot to go like,
anyway, so blah blah blah. Trying to use good technique. I was very good at the start when I was just doing the white. Actually, I used decent technique. That was one coat. Yeah, me talking a load of shite. Okay. That was the base coat. Then I went again. So can you see that? Actually,
it's that an acrylic paint. But what?
That was just satin spray paint.
Spray, okay, yeah.
Yeah, just normal spray paint. A lot of people would use a primer, but you don't necessarily have to. Right, let me share this one. So this was coat number 2. Yeah, so again, it's just a coat hanger unfurled hanging off a washing line, nothing fancy.
Yeah.
Right, this was, oh god, here the mistakes begin. So
okay, this way, okay.
This was me starting to use the fancy sunrise spray paint. This is like kind of a iridescent spray paint. It's basically a pink overcoat, and it reacts to sunlight, so it doesn't look like much there on the first coat, but we'll see on the second coat. I think this is the next one. Okay, so I did bring it up there. So yeah, this was just me with my thinner and my bucket of stuff and my loads of paints, mixing them together, and then start to ruin the ukulele.
Okay.
Well, before we put it on, I'll show you. This is what the paint is kind of supposed to look like. It catches the light.
Gotcha, yeah.
So see it around the middle, and on the neck. So where it looks orange, basically it changes color as it catches light. At least it used to before this paintbrush hit it. So yeah, basically it's like this is all the glitter, iridescent, pearlescent, glow in the dark, all this mad, stupid shite. Going down the uke, lovely. You just ruined all your past day's work. Anyway, yeah. So, oh god, it looks even worse there.
See, firstly, but when it's hanging like that, you've got no control over it. It's just like paint. It trying to do anything that's anyway finicky. is difficult, I'd say,
Also, I went in with no plan, so
Okay.
it'll always look like it has no plan. Like, that was me trying to sand some bits off, and then use the spray paint as an extra coat to try to like make it somewhat cohesive. That didn't really work all that well, and then me mixing between touching up and clear coating, just for shits and giggles. Trying to finish it. Yeah, so I mean, oh god, it looks so bad there. I swear it looks slightly better in real life.
It's a great demonstration of techniques. Jesus.
Yeah, I know. Well, the thing is, if I just didn't show you the last
it looks
two
like
videos,
it's in the fire.
it does look burnt, actually.
Just you find out what sucks. No, what doesn't suck. So, I was kind of made my peace that this was most likely going to suck quite a lot.
Yeah, it's a noble experiment.
Yeah.
Now,
it looks like a smallpox
this thing
there.
has looked very
Yeah.
different at different points of its spraying.
God.
Here, the kind of rough.
Suddenly,
idea
what the
was
fuck is that? Oh, that's all the sequiny stuff, the glitter pieces. Okay.
So I started to form it into.
I remember in Game of Thrones when they got like dragon scale. They got
Yeah,
that
yeah,
disease.
that's exactly it. Yeah.
It has dragon scale.
Type shape. Like it was some sort of like.
Yeah. Anyway, I ended up hitting it with a bit more of the sunrise stuff to kind of make it a bit more visually interesting, and cohesive.
Yeah, I learned a lot about the paints. That was kind of the main point.
Yeah, I think this might be a case of one that, it only looks good in the nightclub.
Yeah.
You shouldn't look at good. You shouldn't look at this one in daylight.
Yeah.
I think it may be put in the background and just allowed to be under low light and just kind of glow and sparkle and stuff and just not be touched.
A conversation piece.
Exactly. So I suppose I'll go down and grab it. I might want to put down like a bloody towel or a plastic bag or something in case it's still tacky.
It must be still tacky at this stage.
Yeah. Half an hour in the sun. Not likely to be, with that much paint, not likely to be dry quite yet. Actually, that was another little trick that I covered in the video but didn't explain. This looks like cocaine or something, but what it actually is the sawdust. So something that luthiers do is when they're sanding down a piece, they gather the sawdust and put it into little bags so that whenever they're doing a repair, if they need to fill like a ding or a chip or anything, you have the same wood.
That's clever.
So that you just mix this with glue and then put it on, and it looks like wood because it's the wood and the glue. So it just blends. And
from the instrument. That's correct. Yeah. That's clever. I'll bear that in mind when I start making 6 a week. Have labeled shelves.
Well, that's the thing. Like a guy on a luthier page the other day stuck up a picture of his like little baggie collection, and I was commenting, going like, yeah, when the FBI kicked down your door, explain white maple in like all these big bags of white maple. Anyway, I'll go grab this monstrosity. I'll be back in a sec. All right.
Okay. Cool.
So.
It doesn't look so bad. The colour looks pretty okay, in fairness, from this distance anyway.
As long as it's like a couple of meters away from camera. You're like, oh yeah, it's what I made.
My eyes!
The sequins. God, yeah. Oh well, it was good fun. It was actually good fun. I haven't really painted anything for fun in a long time. Everything I do in Ukes these days is so serious. It's usually work.
Right.
So you don't get to mess around. Yeah, gross. Yeah, I'll do. Okay. How we doing? All right. Let's try it up. All right. I could say that the story is like the more you strum and chip away all the loose flakes and stuff, the more it reveals itself underneath. That's the kind of bullshit people like, isn't it?
They love it. They love that shit, you know.
All right. Yeah. Okay. We don't seem to have any paint drippings. So even a grayscale monster or dragon scale monster can still be peeled back, in theory, to reveal the bare wood before all of the mistakes were made. So it always feels a little bit like Christmas when you get to unwrap them after a paint job. So I'm just going to use a scalpel, like a blade, any kind of blade, to start to peel back the tape. And the tape should reveal. This is really satisfying, so enjoy it. Savor the moment.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Ta-da!
It's not bad.
And we got wood. We got a bit of wood. So you get to do it on the rest of it too, on the fingerboard.
Okay.
Now there might be a bit of leaking, that you might have to tidy up little bits, but sure.
You mean in terms of the paint or the coat?
Yeah, there might be a little bit of spill, but maybe not. Might get lucky.
You know, mine's pretty good.
Good stuff.
The issue really is there's glue residue on the fretboard.
Right. So
from yesterday.
So this stuff is easier to clean up than you might think. What you need is a razor blade. So a bafflingly large amount of my time is spent working with one of these. Like you were talking about trying to sand glue off. So you don't really need to sand glue off. You scrape glue off. So any kind of straight blade like that, like even a Stanley blade or an art knife, any of those kind of blades will do the trick. Oof. So on mine, I've got a load of sawdust from the sanding process, but so far it's good for paint. Oh, we got a little bit on fret 1. Right. So I've got a bit of leaking happened here on fret 1 and a little bit up here and up here.
On the paint, with paint?
Yeah.
Okay.
So all we got to do is scrape it back, basically. It's just sticky residue. I'm gonna open the window before I like get really high up this.
I know. You must be actually off your head at this stage.
I probably am seeing spiders and stars and shit. I was huffing away all morning. Yeah, the stuff's obviously like not great for you. So. Yeah, I remember it's really surprising what one of these razor blades can get rid of. They're really good for working on fingerboards.
The color on the fingerboard, yeah. Does that go all the way through? That isn't the veneer. That goes all the way through, does it? So if I'm scraping away, I'm not just scraping away color. It's the same color all the way through.
Yep.
Oh,
so,
cool.
yeah,
Okay.
it should be. It's solid wood, yeah. Jesus, this thing is a joke. Right. I'm just trying to clean up this fingerboard. Finish cleaning it up. And move on to the next bit. Jeez. This is something else.
Signature piece.
I'm not putting my signature anywhere near this thing. Right. Yeah, most of this goo appears to be something. It may be reacted with the. It's the residue glue, the adhesive from the tape. Seems to have reacted with.
All right.
Probably with the thinner, I'd imagine.
Okay. That's used in the paint.
Yeah, and it's left this sort of slime on the fingerboard at either end. That's not great. So I was maybe a little bit too liberal with the old paint thinner, and didn't really think through my plan all that well. That paint thinner would, thin paint. Kind of does what it says on the tin. Should look at. Alright, so how are you getting on?
Fine. The keyboard looks fine, or the fretboard rather looks fine, or the fingerboard, or the board, whatever you call it, the board with the dots on it, looks fine. I've gotten 99% of the glue bits off.
Cool.
Is that any mishap?
Sounds
Actually,
good.
you know what? I need an eraser. Give me 2 secs.
No worries.
What I forgot to do was erase the pencil marks on the body before I sprayed it.
Right.
But hey.
Are they visible?
Yeah, but it's not.
Well, we'll put it this way: would they be visible to others? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not humid. Once everything's on it.
Well, if anything, that's like proof that you made it.
This is it, my own personal.
Your
I call it
signature.
my trademark, my signature. Yeah.
You could describe it as it's like postmodern design.
Yeah.
You just
or something.
Yeah, just as long as they don't ask any follow-up questions with the ground. Jesus, residue is putting up a fight. Yeah, I don't know if I'm even going to keep this finish. I might just sand this thing back. Oh, well, we'll see. Or maybe it'll become a spray dummy. A dummy uke for a spray painting test.
The example of what not to do.
Yeah. But like, anytime I need to test something, I drag this guy out. Yeah, to say that did not go to plan would be an understatement. Anyway. Right, our important stuff here is our fingerboard is exposed now. Our bridge area is exposed. So we're going to glue on a bridge. So you can do a dry run and just have a look and see how well it lines up.
Bridge. Hold on. I've lost something, but
bridges have this like this sort of fairy-like quality. They just disappear more than any other thing.
No, it's the nut that's gone. Anyway,
the saddle.
I'll burn that bridge when I come to it, or the saddle, whatever. The bit at the top.
Yeah. So that one's the saddle, the skinny one, and the nut is the one that goes on the other end for the uke.
Yeah. So the nut's gone missing. It's about the kitchen somewhere, probably under something. Because I had everything in a bowl, which I spilled on the floor this morning.
So it's gonna walk about.
No, it's I had it in my hand sometime in the last hour or so.
Right.
Where I put it is entirely.
It's not lost.
Look, we'll find it when we come to it.
Okay. Yeah. I suppose I did one thing well on this uke. That bridge fits the gap perfectly. That's good. Okay, so I would remove the saddle from the bridge just because it's going to make it easier to press this thing down. And there's basically two methods for this. One would be to use a clamp. The other one would be to just put something heavy on it. But either one, which one do you think you'll try?
Well, I have a clamp, but I also have several heavy things. I mean, look, it's pretty basic metal clamp. It's not going to.
Yeah.
I'm afraid it might actually damage the fucking thing, you know. But
yeah, so something to be mindful of is that there's a brace here, just below the sound hole.
Yeah.
On the inside, there's a brace there to avoid.
Yeah.
But there is actually a pad. There is a bridge pad there. So we'll glue it up. We'll put glue here and glue it on and then clamp it up and just leave it for a few minutes.
Let me just see if this will reach that pad.
Yeah, so hopefully it'll reach it without crushing the brace. I should actually look for mine too.
It won't. It's not going to reach. It's not long enough.
That's grand. So what we'll do instead is just put something heavy on top.
Yeah, no worries.
It doesn't have to be like crazy heavy or anything. It's really just to hold it in place and try to squeeze some of the air out. Because there's going to be like some air in there and air in the glue, and we just want to get rid of that. Let me check mine. We'll just both use something heavy. It's probably the easiest solution. Right. So, what will I use for that thing? Particularly heavy. Here, I'm just gonna grab something. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay.
All right. So I settled on some books. Not light reading.
So a few books would do it rather than just one big one.
Yeah. Okay. The other thing I grabbed was 2 spoons. So the idea would be, see the way on the bridge, on our bridge, this is pretty much the tallest thing.
Yeah.
And then at either side, there's a lower part.
Yeah.
So when a bridge fails, it's often the lower part that will kind of rip up.
Okay.
And so we want to just make sure that they're held down, if possible. So one way to do that would be to kind of disproportionately put a bit of weight on them, sort of hold them down. Does that make sense?
Okay, so the put at the top sits on top of the spoons as well, yeah?
Yeah, or we could probably go that direction, might do it too. just kind of press them down. If they're whatever's resting on top, kind of holds, puts some downward pressure on the sides. Might help. I don't know. I just kind of thought of that one on the fly because normally, when you're clamping down a bridge, you would put something there to just make sure the sides are held down.
Yeah. Okay.
And just have a look and see how doable this would be with a book.
I think it's moving around. Oh no, you see. The act of putting the spoons on moves the. Okay, I know there'd be glue on it, but
moves it a bit, did it?
Yeah. Well, to be more precise, the act of me putting the spoons on moves it around a bit. I like to be completely accurate about it. Oh.
Yeah, it's not the most stable thing on earth.
Then that at the top. Oh. Okay. So that's my practice.
Right. Something like that anyway. Sure to just use the heavy books method. That could work. The thing is, we actually have a plan B. So if you're not too worried about tone of the instrument, remember we do have these two screw holes, and we can just screw two screws in and cover them up. So there are screws there. There's two screws for it.
Yeah.
So we can just use a screwdriver. If you're worried about it popping, you can just put them in. Or if there's any sign of it lifting, or if it's too much of a pain in the arse, just use the screws.
I hear you.
Cool. All right, so let's give it a go.
Okay.
Jesus, mine's already the remaining residue.
Stuck to the paint.
Yes. Jesus. Right, it was nearly good enough to hold it on. Right, where's my glue? Right, so we don't want to put too much, we don't want to put too little, just a surface of glue. You might want to take it easy, I suppose, on yours.
I will, don't worry.
Right.
Basically, you want to cover the entire surface, yeah?
Yeah, particularly the edges.
Yeah.
So just like a little bit all over.
Okay.
Right. Now remember, there's a right direction and a wrong direction.
I hear you.
But yeah, your Batman shape should match the Batman shape.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, that's a different ball game now to yesterday. That's sitting nicely there.
Okay, good stuff. So we want to just press down lightly, your thumb on one side, your index finger on the other, or two thumbs, whatever suits.
I see what you mean, yeah.
And you see a little bit of spill out, that's fine.
Yeah.
Right, so that's
Hang
it.
on.
That's more or less where it's going to go.
Okay.
Now, that's where we want it to end up, if possible. Right, so if you're happy enough with where it's placed, then we can start to lay out our spoons in our books.
Yep. Fuck the spoons. I'll use the screws.
Yeah, if the spoons
It's
are
one
too
everything
much,
off.
if the spoons are too much of a pain in the arse, don't mind them. So, yeah.
Ah, no. Oh, they're just.
All right, so that looks fairly evenly distributed there. So it depends on your drying time on your glue, but
Oh, it's drying time again. You're gonna leave me. Gorilla glue. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. As I said, threw the box away. So I'm not to how long it fucking takes. That's the glue, yeah.
Right. So mine's 20 to 30 minutes anyway. So I'll leave it for at least that. Right. That's our. Actually, I should make note of the time. 15:17. Yeah. So 1:45. Right. Should be able to take that off at 1:45.
Okay.
Right. So in the meantime, we can look at other stuff. Yeah, your nut area here should be clean enough to use.
It is, but it's not level.
Right.
What I'm saying to you is, the nut will go in, but it's not going to sit flat on in the knot that's there for it, because I fucked around with it and it's not level anymore.
Okay.
So my best option is to actually glue it to the fretboard rather than to the floor. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Because the floor, unless I use loads of glue, it's not going to sit flat on the floor.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Does that make a difference?
If you're big into your tone, then yes. If you're not into tone and worrying about that kind of stuff, then no.
So the question is, ideally, should it be
flush against both surfaces? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That ain't going to happen in my world today.
Well, the only one that it really matters, or the one that it matters much more for, would be that it's touching the fretboard.
Okay.
That's the line that we've been working with for all our instruments, so it just has to be. It just has to be there. Yeah, if you use a good bit of glue under it, that's not the end of the world.
Yeah, but then we're into 3 hours and a half a day waiting to fucking dry again, you know?
But the thing is, it doesn't have to. Yeah, it doesn't. You're not relying on it to kind of pull away or pop off or anything. Like that doesn't happen with the nut. So it just needs to stay relatively in place. It's not going to be under any pressure, dragging it mad directions.
Okay.
It's more like the thing is, nuts can actually a lot of the time be held in just with the string tension.
See you later.
Gotcha. Yep.
So just with the string tension, they don't necessarily need any glue.
Okay. But equally, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be sitting below. Well, it actually isn't. It shouldn't be sitting below the level of the fretboard. It should sit. It should sit somewhat proud thereof.
Do you mean the overall
I can't
height
show you
of the
because
nut?
of all the books. Yeah.
Right. So the overall top of the nut, yeah, should be above the fingerboard.
Yeah. Okay.
The height of the nut. Is it currently below or?
No, it's not. No.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. So as long as it sticks up, it's a bit taller than the fingerboard, and as long as it touches the fingerboard, you should be good.
Okay.
Right, so I've kind of a little bit cleaned up. Jeez, I wouldn't call that clean, to be honest.
Don't move.
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to me. No.
I can see.
Yeah, we're good.
I ended up propping. I ended up balancing mine against. I put some spray cans here on the other side, and they're holding the top book. So it's not going to go. It's not going to tilt either way.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's enough. Like if you had that top book there, balanced under a spray can, it prevents it from rocking either way.
I hear you. But you're much better planning than I am.
Jesus.
Hang on first. Okay.
If I'm better than you at planning, then you must be a disaster.
It depends what the plan is. You see, I'm very bad at planning things that are in any way physical and practical.
Right. I would describe myself in a similar light. Yeah, Jesus, planning is not my strong suit. Not at all. It's actually something that myself and Lily are like polar opposites on. If somebody says to her, will you do a live stream and play some songs? Yeah. Even though she's playing music for many years, she would be like, yes, I can. And then proceed to organize a practice schedule, exactly determining the best song with like a long playlist whittled down, and then practice for 2 weeks.
She'll actually rehearse. Okay.
And I'm just like, oh shit, there's that thing on now that we said we'd do.
Yeah.
What do you want to play? And I was just like, wing it. So we are quite different in that way. I think I might just have you ever heard of Nitromorse?
Oh, the stripper.
Yep. I assume it was like invented in the Vietnam War or something. Like it's just the most toxic, evil, dangerous.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? I have my memory of it as a kid. My dad used to use it for stripping paint when he was painting the house. You know.
Yeah, it melts paint.
Yeah.
Like melts it. It's scary stuff. And if you use it in a remotely badly ventilated area, you
okay.
Get
sorry, I'm going for this because basically I've glued myself to the fucking nut.
Fair enough. Yeah, give it a whirl.
Ow. It's done. I can feel the fucking glue burning through. So it's on for good or bad, man, because basically that's going nowhere.
That's grand.
Actually, it's not bad. No, it sits. And I put glue underneath as well, just to hold it in case. I forgot that super glue is super glue. You don't get a second chance.
It's super unforgiving. That's what the super's for.
I use it for repairing my hands. I sometimes suffer from sort of a split thumb.
Right.
And I just glue it back together with super glue. It's brilliant.
I've heard about that before. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's people have said that to me. Yeah, CA glue and stuff like that works for a skin split.
It was developed actually as a field dressing in Vietnam.
Right.
That was its
Alongside
first use.
Nitromorse.
Yeah. Here,
like
sniff this, you'll feel nothing.
Well, the Nitromorse was like to melt the skin off, and then super glue was to put it back together. Try not to mess this up. Not ideal. Yeah, my nut wasn't sitting very well there. But, it's not too bad. Sure. Yeah, alright. Okay. Considering the rest of the instrument, it's grand. Okay. Right, so once we have our nut on, that's one good bit done. Get rid of some of this stuff. Geez, when I was shooting the video putting the glitter on, I told a joke that I never got to use, so I'm going to use it now.
Okay.
And there was a comedian called Dimitri Martin referred to glitter. He said, glitter is the herpes of craft supplies. Said, once you get it on you, be prepared to have it on you for life. It's true though, it just never goes away. It's just like, Jesus, if you get glitter somewhere it's not meant to be, it's just going to be there forever. Right, so I have the I do not want that on the ground. Okay.
Did the paint actually seal the holes there? Yeah.
Yeah, it's so much
Jesus, okay.
glitter and garbage and stuff there. Yeah, I had to punch them out. God, there's more. Right, so we have holes here. If you like, we could do, or we could at least assemble the machine heads. So remember, there are left ones and there are
which
right.
I marked.
Well done.
There's no flies on me, lad, now, I tell you.
Right.
So
basically, we're gonna put this through from the back so it sticks up, and then once it's through the headstock, we put the runner on, or the what do you call them? Jesus, washer.
The washer, yeah.
And then the hex screw.
Okay.
And then you tighten down the hex screw, and that should be it. Pretty much in place.
Okay.
Jeez, I filled it with so much paint.
I just laid this in loosely for the time being, yeah?
Yeah, just in loose.
washer and hex. If you're at all impatient, then sanding is not the game for you.
No, I got bored after literally 45 seconds of any one application.
Yeah.
The guy who was doing the glue test on YouTube last night, I say it was a half hour, and I watched all of it. That's how dedicated I am. It was a half hour. Hey, this is Type Bond versus Gorilla Wood Glue, right?
Yeah.
And he said, hey, earlier on, I stuck down these three different combinations of wood. The top end is done with Type Bond, and the bottom end is done with Gorilla Glue. And halfway through, he discovers that he hasn't labeled what's top and bottom, so he doesn't know which glue he's trying to break. You know? But he's wondering at this workshop. It's real sort of, hey, we're going to try this today. Yeah, well, we got my wife, she thought if we use pine wood, it'd be far superior to spruce. You know, it's kind of carry on.
Yeah,
but he's wearing a t-shirt that says carpentry, and it says measure, cut, sand, beer.
Pretty much. That's it. That's how you spend your time. Have I? I think I have. No. Oh, weird. Okay. Thought I put them on wrong for a sec, but apparently not. Apparently this thing is just so mangled, it's unrecognizable as a normal uke. Okay, so at the moment these are more or less in. They're not screwed in, they're not completely tight. They're still movable in one way.
Yeah.
So have a look that way. If you push that up, or you pull it down, it can still rotate that way.
Yeah.
So the way that you stop that is the screw. And the screw is on the back. So obviously we're a little preoccupied, so we'll come back to that.
In the fullest of time, yeah.
Yep. So when we do that, we'll straighten these out. Just do it by eye, so it doesn't bother you. And once you're happy enough, we'll just screw the.
So the positioning of these tuners is not a key vital to the millimeter thing. Okay.
No. No, you can usually do it by eye. And if it looks like basically 90 degrees, like look at it dead on and just see are any of them wonky, and just adjust them a little bit.
Yeah.
Right, so we have machine heads almost done. Nut is there. Bridge is being glued. What am I missing? Am I missing anything at all? They're going to go into the back of the machine heads, and two of them are going to go into the bridge if we want. And you've clear coded already, so right. It's kind of just finishing stuff up and polishing really, and putting the strings on. So since you have a long drying glue, I would not put the strings on today.
No.
So the biggest point of tension in a uke and the most likely part to fail is the bridge. Actually, no.
I think I will put those screws in when it's dry, just to be sure. Do you know?
Do you know what? If you're putting the screws in, you could actually probably put the strings on today, because the screws would hold it in. But if you there's probably no point in chancing it. Leave it a day or two and then put the strings on. Yeah, I know it's a very anticlimactic thing, but that's it.
No, it's fine. This is great, you know. I mean, the thing is, look, the fact is, when I saw you say, look, let's build the uke in 2 days, I kind of going, is that really doable in that kind of instructional way? You know, it's hard. It's hard to do live because there are moments where you got to go, right, let's wait 45 minutes for this not to set, you know,
exactly,
or let's go away and come back and see how we are with this. It's a although it is now that we've done it, a relatively straightforward process with only really 2 crucial measurements involved when you're working from a kit like this, you know.
Yeah.
It is a little more time consuming than you would think until you're actually doing it, you know.
Yeah, a lot of, like, I would say, gluing disasters aside, it's kind of like calm. It's not like, it's not hectic.
Yeah.
And if you do go into the whole sanding thing, there's something kind of zen about it if you have the patience for that kind of a thing.
But the patience and the space as well. The problem is, you see, our house is really small. At the moment I'm working in our kitchen, if I start sanding here, the whole place just goes to shit inside 5 minutes, you know.
That is very
the alternative then is literally the backyard, where on a day like today, great. But it gets very little sun. So if it's not sunny, it's horrible out there because it's a yard, you know.
Yeah.
So
that's true. We had that's the thing. I went out the back there, and it was like I was very lucky basically today that there was direct sunlight, and it was kind of warm, and there wasn't much of a breeze, and there weren't any bugs flying around. Like to find a day like that, it's like 1 in 10 really. Especially here. But it's like, I don't know, it's good crack. I mean, part of me wishes I hadn't just gone totally mental with this thing. But I had to do it at some point. I knew as soon as I got my hand on those paint pigments, it was like, I'm going to be a dope.
Woo!
I'm going to be a total moron with this, and I'm going to put them all together. And I think I might have been okay if I had left out, not used quite so much thinner, and I had left out those giant sequins. The dragon scale.
Yeah.
If it was just normal paint pigments, I think that actually might have been pretty cool.
But the colour's not bad, actually. The colour's nice.
Yeah.
And if as you say, it does, if it reflects and refracts or whatever, you know, as it moves around, then that would have been nice.
Yeah, so it's not a bad idea. I just executed it terribly. Yeah, it's important to be able to tell those 2 things apart. Right. Yeah. So, like, what time are we at? 5 minutes, and we're ready to remove the books.
A sudden thought occurred to me just now. One of the reasons why others might not have come back is that in the original event you set up, it says 1700 today.
Did it?
And even though you said yesterday, see tomorrow at 2, I'm not sure our American colleagues actually got that.
Ah, crap.
And I'd say they probably went back to the event page and went, oh yeah, we'll see you at 5 o'clock tomorrow, your time. Great, lunchtime for us. Fantastic. We get a light in. So you may find yourself getting emails at 5 o'clock. Hey Mark, where are you? My uke is hanging on the
half done.
This one did literally occur to me the second, because I'm trying to figure out why would 8 people not come back at 2 o'clock? Do you know, like,
shit. Whoops. Oh well.
Because the Americans seemed very dedicated to the cause yesterday, you know. So
yeah, they were actually. Okay, so I might pop on at that time and just sort of
show them some videos.
Yeah, pretty much.
You should have taped this. Oh, you were recording this. Great. Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, actually, I can skim through this too.
Yeah.
I'll make sure to use your impression of them.
Oh Jesus, yeah, sorry. I fully support the participation of our American cousins. With that, we would have no ukes.
That's true. Right, so I'm looking here at the bridge and I can see there's spill out that I would like to get to. So this is probably the downside to using a big heap of books.
All right, you can't get under it.
Yeah,
well, I can't see. I did a small wipe. I did a small wipe before I put the books on.
That's a good idea. Right.
But I had used, in fairness, I used way less glue than I did yesterday. So I'm not looking at. There's a whole millimeter line of glue along here that simply will not shift, and I'm afraid to go at it with a knife in case I hack bits out of the side of the fretboard. You know, the thing is, it's not really visible.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make that much of a difference to how it's going to feel when I have my fingers on it. You know.
Yeah.
But basically, I'm a hack when it comes to actually playing the damn thing. So it's not like I'm going to be doing fabulous runs up and down it. You know.
That's fair enough. Yeah, like I wouldn't worry too much about that. If it seems okay to feel, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
We've got. Yeah, I'll have to go with that with a Q-tip or something, or a knife. Yeah, I'm very divided on what to do with this thing afterwards. Nitromorse.
Well, it's hard to give it away because I'm not sure who'd want it.
Do you want this diseased instrument? God, yeah. And the other one's so nice.
Indeed.
Yeah, like.
And I mean, do you have a it's the same kit, is it?
Yeah, it's pretty much exactly the same kit.
Pretty much, yeah. That's very pretty.
That was my finish last time.
So listen, if I do take a Figari to polish this thing, is it just got a bit of cloth, or do I need to use wax, or?
There's a lot of different options, but yeah, if you, of
course there is,
like any car polish and a polishing cloth will do something for it. If you want to go mad, you can step up from that. Basically, all those car products are all fine.
Okay.
Any car polish stuff you have, any of the buffing things you have, what they use in the factories are giant buffing wheels. So if you imagine this, but being like, 2 foot across, on a motor. That's what they're using. They're going like woo, spinning around, and they just move it along the buffing belt, and then put compound on the buffing wheel and just move it along. And that's how they polish them up. You can also do stuff like that. Like I was using, that's just a drill bit.
Yeah.
And a buffing thing, and that just goes around lots of times. Yeah. That can be helpful for buffing out. I use that for buffing out scratches and stuff like that.
Okay.
In ukes, doing repairs. But you can, for your first uke, trying to get shiny finishes and stuff is probably on the
down my list.
Down the list, exactly.
I'll just be happy if the damn thing
makes sense,
gets into tune and stays there for more than 1 minute,
So these are going to be new strings, so bear in mind that when you do put strings on, it's going to take like a week or two for them to settle. So
I might take the strings off another uke upstairs that I don't use and put them on here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I've looked at them. The strings that came here, they're muck. Yeah, they're fish gut basically. They're a fishing line.
Yeah, they're the white ones that come with all the cheap ukes basically. Not the best, but okay, so we're at 45. That was the drying time.
Will we take this off and see what happens?
Yep. So hopefully it doesn't explode. My spoons. Right. Yeah, it's held down the sides. Okay. So I was a little bit worried because remember my one had a belly. My belly that it still kind of had it a little bit. I noticed when I put it on the thing that the sides were up, So that's why I did the spoons trick.
Yeah.
To kind of make sure those sides were pressed down, and both of them have glued down. So
well, this is A, solid, and B, there's no spill. There's a tiny, tiny line.
That's grand. I'd rather see a little bit of a line than no line.
Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah. No, but then I had taken residue off before I put the books on as well.
Right. Yeah, good stuff. I'm gonna try to Q-tip this dry glue. I'm sure it'll be a pointless, thankless task, but I'll give it a go. Yep. I'm sure like everything else on this uke. It ain't pretty. Yep, too late.
No can do, no?
This is my worst build, like, by a mile.
And here you are digging in front of people.
As soon as you go live.
Yeah.
Tell me about. Right, so the gist of this then is that your nut's already glued in, so you're grand. Your nut would sit somewhere around here. If you want, this is going to be rich coming from me after you've just glued your nut, but generally what repair techs do is they put a bit of glue, just one dot of glue, on the face of the nut that's going to be touching the fingerboard. And the reason they do that is that it's easy to remove then. If a repair technician is looking to repair this, they just basically put a little screwdriver here and go and just tap it and it comes out.
This is never coming off, believe me.
Fair enough. So it's one of those set in stone kind of things. Right. So if we have our bridge in and our saddle in and our nut in, then we have everything we need to put the strings on and bring this up to speed, fundamentally speaking. But I know that you want to leave it a day or two before you put strings on.
I will just to be safe, you know.
Yeah.
Even though I'm putting the screws in here as we speak, I got belt and braces.
Yeah, so like I could put the screws in there, but I'm not gonna. I will. If this bridge blows off and explodes, then I'll use this as definitely as a dummy repair uke. But yeah, I don't know if you still have them. Your tiny little white dots, the little white dot inlays.
Yeah, I see them there. Yeah, I have them in the little tray.
Yeah, you can push them into the holes.
Just stick them on top of the screws here. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll go in there. Just kind of plug that hole. Okay. Right. Now the last thing we have to screw would be flip it over.
The back of these.
The screws in the back, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna straighten mine up. They look a little bit wonky.
Okay.
All right, they look pretty okay to me.
Just Mark, just for the avoidance of doubt and tears, can you just show me the back where the screw bolt, the screw nut, the screw holes are lined up on the back of yours, so I could just be sure. Yeah, happy, thank you. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Right. Not quite the nighttime light show I'd hoped it would be. Right. Okay.
Ah, for fuck's sake. Okay, I can see why you drill a hole for these things.
Did it split or anything?
No, it just won't go in. Because the wood up there is harder, you know. I'll find something to make a hole with. Hold on.
All right. So those ones I've tightened in. So now I'm gonna just drill pilot holes in the back. So just for the record, if anybody's watching this, the smallest drill bit you'll find in a standard drill bit set is the one you're going for. And you don't have to go down very deep. These screws are very small, so you only have to go in a little bit. And it removes just about enough wood so that it doesn't get stuck. Ooh. Okay, so I'm just going to drill through these holes here to create pilot holes. You don't have to do this, but just makes it a little bit easier. So if you happen to have a drill around, you may use it. Right, that's it. When people talk about really worrying about putting strap buttons on their ukes, I'm always
what's that about?
I'm always reluctant because our reluctance to go, oh yeah, it's a big deal. It's like, for me, it's not.
Yeah,
like what we just did there is like 2 times more complicated than putting a strap button on.
Yeah.
It's a very, very small procedure. You can do it in about, if you're experienced, you can do it in about 60 seconds.
Yeah.
But if you're not, you can fret about it for ages.
I don't understand the obsession with straps on ukuleles.
A lot of the time, there's
like if you're playing for hours and hours and hours and whatever, okay, fair enough. I can imagine that there's a comfort level involved there.
It's a lot of the time there's not particularly great technique in how people hold it, so they're kind of just constantly struggling in dropping it in their hand.
All right.
So
it's corrective.
Well, it's just like a strap kind of gets you out of that. It saves you having to worry about bad technique, and it makes it much easier to play. So I think that's the main reason people they play something with a strap and they're like, oh my god, this is so much easier. It's like, yes, it is. But it's covering a problem. Okay. This one's better fit. Right. So we just take the screws, and drive them in with a small screwdriver. Phillips head.
Okay. Now I need to tighten these nuts around the front, don't I?
Yeah, so you can do it with your fingers up to a point. After that, like, it depends kind of what tools you have lying around, basically. If you have spanners lying around, I think it was a 10 or 11. If you don't, you can use any kind of pliers. Now, you might kind of scratch up
I know what you mean,
the finish a little bit if you use pliers. But in a pinch, yeah, pliers will do. Any kind of pliers. You can grab hold of the hex nut and just turn it a little bit. Again, it probably doesn't have to be crazy tight.
Okay.
You'll know there's a problem if you get like buzzing out of one of them. And then you can just tighten it again. That's usually enough to fix the problem. Yeah, so that's the machine heads in. That's the bridge on. So if I put a nut there, saddle in, and those are the kit strings. If somebody wants to put them on. well, I guess I should probably do that here for argument's sake on the stream, just for the record.
Do which?
Throw these strings on and show you how to do the string tie. So another thing that's interesting about this kit, or I suppose that's kind of user friendly, is that the bridge has like a really simple tie system.
Just tie a knot, yeah.
Yep. So you just tie a big thick knot on one end of the string and stick it into what looks like that kind of like a car tunnel.
Yeah.
So you just stick it in there in that tunnel and feed it through that little cut slot, and then run it up to the string up here, up to the capstan or the post on the machine head.
Yeah.
Now you want to run it through the correct slot here and in the nut. Now, basically that system there on the bridge, it prevents you from having to do that Spanish guitar tie.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit intricate for most people. It's usually have to watch a video and take their time with it to figure out that one. But I'll put these on just kind of for argument's sake. Right, string 4. So actually I take this fairly slowly. Okay, so we want to tie a knot and put it here. So just do one loop like that, run it through itself again, very, very simple knot, and pull. Now you've created a knot, a little loop, and that's enough to lock the string. Actually, I should make it visible. So this is the 4th string, the G string. So from this side it will be up here. Now we just feed this loop, make it a little smaller, put it in there, and feed it through the slot. Now it should be a bit looser than that, but I guess it's good that it's tight. Try again.
No, it's very tight. I just noticed that the slots are
slightly undercut.
They're slightly under, but you know what?
No harm.
Yeah.
It's going to make it a snug fit. Right, so I shoved the loop inside there in that little hole, and I'm going to drag this through the slot.
You know what, this bridge is lifting already, or the
bridge.
Yeah.
Right, so I would say maybe take it easy on your glue and kind of wait maybe a week.
Yeah, no, it's visibly separating from the.
Right. So maybe if there's any strings
on
at the moment. Yeah, so if there's any strings on it, loosen them and then put.
No, there's no string. I've put no strings on. I just when you're putting the string, I looked at I was looking at the slots in the back, and I see that the bridge is lifting. It's fully lifted now. Jesus, okay. I put a load of weight on this and leave it there.
Yeah. Okay, so at the moment I have string 4 in the slot here.
Yeah.
And I'm running it up. Sorry, my nut has gone walkabouts. Here's the nut. I'll put it back in. Right, so I'm going to run it over the nut. Put it into its little slot. Hold it there. And then run it through the post. So you run it through once. That's fine. Then you loop it back around and send it through again. This is a knot. This is a tie. This helps tuning stability more than anything else. Pull it through like that. So we've tied a knot here. Before we start to wind it up. Now, what you're aiming to end up with is about 2 or 3 rotations around the post when it's finished. That will give you 2 things: a responsive string when you try to tune it, and it won't have tuning stability issues. Now, he says this after having glued this bridge on 30 minutes ago. So as I wind this up, okay. I wouldn't be shocked if this thing flies off at me.
Shabadank, yeah.
Ba-doing.
Yeah.
Well, it's holding for the moment anyway. So I'm not going to push it. I just want to get things looking roughly okay. So the next one, yeah, I mean, I would do the same thing with the other 3 strings. Single loop, run it through itself again, tie a knot, got a knot. Put it in the slot, and then run it through. Easier said than done, but it's a little bit high maintenance. All right, there you go. So, through the slot once, run it through twice, and pull. All right, that's string 1. Right, so wrong direction. Yeah, another thing to be mindful of if you're relatively new to putting strings on is that you want strings to go through that knot slot and then on the inner side of the machine head, not the outer side of the machine head. So this way, if it goes on the inner side, it'll be uniform. You'll always turn this way to bring the pitch up, and you'll always turn that way to bring the pitch down. Because if you basically send it to the other side, it ends up switching the direction that you have to turn the thing. So if a string is if one string is on the wrong way, then it's going to be the wrong direction every time you go to tune it.
Oh no, yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
Yeah. So a bit of a pain if you get one of those on and you leave it on for a long time. It just catches you out every time you go to tune that string. You're like, wait, up is down, down is up. Yeah, I'm kind of slightly impressed that that's staying on, but sure. We'll see how far we can push this bridge before it explodes on me. Right, string 3. C string. So create a little loop again, pull it tight, create a knot, push it in the little cave, run it through the slot, run it across the nut, run it through the post, run it through the post again, or the capstan. Yarr. I love that word, capstan. Don't know why. Okay, so that's it. Pull through. Bring it up to tension. Somewhat up to tension, and the last one. Tie it in loop. Loop it again. Pull it tight. Put it in the hole. Run it through the slot. Run it through your capstan. Run it through the capstan again. And you've got a knot. Start the rotations. Right, now we can start to compare it. So as you bring the strings up, a couple of these knots and things need to kind of be pulled into tension. So you might notice it's slipping as you go. Like you're tuning it up and it keeps dropping down.
Yeah.
And it can feel like you're getting nowhere at some point. Well, that's certainly not going to help. Right, so technically that's it. Now I have 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that string was brought up to tension, and you can see 1, 2, 3 rotations around the post. That's about right. You wouldn't want more than that. If you get more than that, what ends up happening is the string is both a little bit sluggish to respond. You kind of have to turn it quite a bit. And the other thing that happens is that there's slippage. And it kind of like, it takes just a little bit longer to settle in. This one's gonna be trouble. So when I was a young lad, somebody told me the kind of old wives' tale of like somebody tuning up their guitar after changing their strings, and it's snapping and like hitting them in the eyeball. Ever since then, I find it pretty much impossible to keep my eyes open fully
for the tuning
instrument. I just squint, just in case. I grimace and I squint. Alright, this one is running away as fast as I can chase it, basically.
I worked in a music show years ago with piano players, and two of them had perfect pitch.
Right.
And the show involved them playing and singing with celebrities who were brought in, you know.
Yeah.
And most of these celebs weren't really professional singers, you know.
Yeah.
But the two guys with perfect pitch, whenever they were sat beside somebody, you could always tell if the person was slightly out of tune because the guy playing the piano would be squinting.
Yeah.
Because it actually hurt him. it hurt his ears to hear it not being bang on, you know.
I get it indeed, 100%. It can be a bit of a curse. It's just like basically everything's always a little bit out of tune anyway.
Yeah, always, at all times, unless you're playing yourself and you've tuned the piano yourself.
Yeah, our violin player has something. I don't know if he actually should talk to him about whether it's true perfect pitch or just very developed relative pitch. But he can pick a note out of the air very easily, like any note, just like B flat. And it's
I think it's a natural ability, but once you train it, that's it. You know, once you've trained it up,
there's a really interesting YouTuber, music YouTuber called Rick Beato, and he has this great video where he demonstrates his son's perfect pitch. Because the thing is, he's a music theory YouTuber, anyway, and he goes into it going like, basically, I noticed one day that he had really exceptional ability for like picking out notes, and so I started to test him on it and started to teach him. So you have like a perfect storm. You have a music teacher whose son has the kind of medical version of perfect pitch.
Okay.
And it was like, all right, this could be a monster he creates, and he did create a monster. It's like it's baffling. He's sitting there at the piano going, playing like a 12-note chord, and the kid's like A augmented fourth or A flat augmented fourth with B flat Lydian, and just naming like all these insane jazz chords, just like picking them out of the air. So it's the combination of the ability and the knowledge. And like the kid was like 9 and didn't give a fuck.
Oh yeah.
He didn't care. This was just something that his dad was making him do.
Yeah.
Like he had no interest. And then he did a follow-up like that was when he was about like 8 or 9 or something. And then his dad did a follow-up video because he knows, like his dad knows, it's like if you push a kid on something like this when they're not interested, it's not going to go anywhere. If anything, you're going to turn them off music. So he was did a follow-up video where he interviews his son about it, and he's like, and how often do you, like, you know that you're like a big thing on YouTube, that, and he's like, yeah, and he doesn't care at all. He's like,
yeah.
And how often do you use like your perfect pitch? So, oh, not at all. So you don't use it at all in your day life? No. And it's just like he's so laid back and flippant about it. It's kind of brilliant.
Well, see, but the thing is, the problem with it is in 99.9% of cases an entirely useless skill. It doesn't have a function outside very, very, very specific areas.
Yeah. Okay. Right, so you know strings take time to settle in. We're just going to go out of tune over and over. All right, so...
Well, that's not completely horrible.
It's kind of horrible.
But not completely. Come on.
I forgot to remove all this magic tone tissue. Whoops.
On the box?
I had a load of tissue inside it.
All right.
I suppose actually tune this. Okay. Instead of using my ear for a sec. Just glitching out. Great, that's broken.
fair play.
Right. The strings
and it hasn't
did
snapped
not.
in half.
That's the main thing. I was like waiting the entire time for it to explode in my face. So I'll let you know if the strings pop off. But yeah, I guess that's a good demonstration that we only waited 30 minutes with wood glue and it being pressed down, and it survives so far. We'll see if it survives the night. That's a different story. But it's strung up. I mean, 30 minutes with glue and strung up. That's good. So that's a bit of a relief that can theoretically be done. As for its other issues, well, yeah, this one may be donated to the Children's Dragon Scale Hospital or something. The hospital for the terminally ill ukulele. But yeah, I mean, from there you just get snips and snip those strings there, and you're finished. Your one, given that the bridge is lifting, that could be a bit of an issue. But hang on for a week or so, since it's the Gorilla Glue.
I think it's because I put the screws into it. I think the screws
lifted, right?
Yeah. Do you know?
Sure, it's fine. Like, I mean, if they were going to be in, they were going to be in. It's not going anywhere now that it has two screws in it. It's like
I leave it sit for a few days, and if there's still a gap, I'll damp some more glue into it. Just
Yeah, perfect. Exactly.
And that way, then at least it's sitting on something.
Yeah.
This has been most instructive. Thank you.
Good stuff. Thank you very much for joining me, and thank you for your patience. I know you had probably the toughest journey of everyone with the Gorilla Glue.
No, it's just because I was impatient, because I got a couple of bits that were inappropriate and I had to suffer the consequences. But no, it was really enjoyable,
Good stuff.
I'll be honest, my favourite part was spraying it out the back.
That is good fun, yeah. Like, I had fun with that too today. I know the results are not what I was going for.
Yeah,
but it was good. It was good, and it was looking good up to a point. If I just wasn't a gobshite about it, it'd be great. But yeah. Anyway, well done. Congratulations. You have built your.
And come here. Can I make a donation for your time? I mean, do you have an account or a PayPal, or what's it?
Yeah, I stuck up a PayPal on the post.
Is it on the event page?
Yeah, it's on the event page, and it's on the post that had the link, the Zoom link and stuff. It's in a few places. Actually, now that I think about it, I think the main place it went up is that live stream that didn't actually go live. Yeah. Great crack. I'm a month and a half telling people about tune in to the live stream on Facebook, 20th of March. And it's like, that week, Facebook update their pages experience and nothing works.
Yeah.
I couldn't go live. I actually got it working twice the night before, and then tried it on the day, and it was like, we're not receiving video. Great.
Have they completely changed how that works now? Have they?
Yeah, they've changed it, and it's a train wreck. I can't even post stuff on my phone from my page.
Okay.
It's loads of stuff's not working. But sure, look, there's nothing you can do. I did everything I could.
The notes are great, by the way. The notes are really good. They're very clear.
Good stuff. Thanks. I went that was initially meant to be bullet points. I'm just going to make a little bullet point list of what's happening, and then it was because War and Peace.
It's like everything else when you're dealing on a training or instructional level, you have to kind of think at the lowest possible rung, in a sense.
Yeah, you have to think,
cover every single fucking base, Yeah,
you're kind of asking yourself, could this be misunderstood? Could this be misread? I'm reading it and I know the answer, so you're reading it. Yeah, that's clear. And then it was wait a minute, do they know what any of these words are? And you just have to assume no and rewrite it. And sometimes that means a simple thing can come out as a paragraph, which is unfortunate because I was trying to keep it short. But no, good. It's good that the notes are good.
No, they are. I mean, there's lots of them. There's lots of them.
Yeah, but I know.
But they're clear. And the thing is, look, when I'm reading through, I'm kind of going, yeah, I know that. Yeah. So, and then I have something that I don't know. So great. So that's something that I don't know.
Right.
So it does cover all the bases. It does cover all the bases very well, you know.
Good. That's great.
Now,
Thanks.
that said, I'm fairly sure that somebody's going to come at you with a question that they never even thought of. Like, what if the...
Yeah.
Does this have to be metal?
What if I used Gorilla Glue instead of wood glue?
Yeah, but that question's been answered. The answer is
there you
don't.
Go. Yeah, now I know. Well, now we all know. Yeah, it's good stuff. Thanks, Gary. It's really good. I'm glad you came back with it, actually. So
I really enjoyed it. You know, it was good.
I'll stick up a post with the PayPal thing because I'm not even certain that it's in any of the posts that made it.
Stick it up just in case, but I'll have a look back at the original event page to see if it's there. But otherwise, stick it up with you. Because it was 2 days well spent, and I really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Gary. That's good to know.
No problem,
it was an interesting experiment. Like a lot of the stuff I literally was trying to think through, trying to think ahead and explain, and it was like, here, look, some of this stuff I legitimately just can't know or answer until I'm, I do it once. So yeah, I've kind of, yay! I've learned not to do.
But I mean, the thing is, equally, this would be a cracking 2 full day workshop in real time with real people in a real space. You know, if that's ever going to be a thing, you know,
it would,
because you start on whatever it is, say Friday night, and you finish Sunday afternoon with something in your hand. Now, in real time with real tools and real people, that's very, very doable. You know.
Yeah. I again, like a lot of the challenges and the reason those notes are huge is because you can't just kind of lean over someone's shoulder and go, come here. Yeah, and that would be much easier. But yeah, I would love to do it in person, kind of 6 benches and 6 people kind of a thing, and just spend a weekend at it.
Yeah.
And we could do like an intermediate one if there was people interested in it, one that's like you make the body and stuff like that, because you can get those kits as well where you kind of do more of the building. But yeah,
you get the actual raw materials.
Yeah, pretty much. Some of those kits, you're basically dealing with a piece of wood for the soundboard, a piece of wood for the back, and pre-bent sides. I mean, that's one of the very small things that they do for you, because there's real specialist tools involved in bending wood.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I mean, a lot of it's close to raw materials. Yeah, it's quite close.
Cool.
I'd love to do one of them with a group. Actually, it'd be good crack. Anyway, this is plenty for now. Thank you, Gary.
Thanks again,
man.
Emil. Take it easy. Okay?
Have a good weekend, all right?
Bear in mind, some of these people might crop up at 5 o'clock looking for you.
Half an hour, yeah. All right, I'll stick my head in at 5 o'clock and see if they show up.
Just see, you know.
All right. Have a good one, Gary.
Thanks again. You too. Good luck.